Good morning, everyone. Well, thank you. I'm sorry for the delay. You know, it's a different spot. And I just wanted to be sure that all of the board members were here, so we are. Our thanks to the County of Sutter. I think I have that. It's the County of Yuba. It's, you know, I live in Chico and I have relatives in both these cities and I still get it wrong when I want to visit them. So thanks to whatever county it is that we're able to meet here in this wide open space. Welcome to my board members. Welcome to staff. Welcome to in-person folks and those who are attending online. So I don't know who to ask. Has everyone who wants to be online has been accepted? Mr. Knapp, it's a yes. You have Brian Johnson in that group, don't you? Okay, you better put him up on top. Okay. My name, in case you don't know, is Jane Dolan. I'm the president of the board, so I preside with these wonderful folks here. The board will be introduced at the time we have a quorum call. With me on the dais is our executive officer, Chris Leaf, to my left. I have to check. And we have our multitasker, Jonah Knapp, who takes care of online and other things here. We have our transcriber, Mr. Peters. We haven't seen you in a long time. You've always been online. Our board attorney, Mr. Dua, is going to be joining us online because he needs to be with family today. Deputy Executive Officer, Andrea Buckley, raise your hand. And our chief engineer, Michael Wright, are in the front row. Please know that our meetings are recorded. Is that correct? Yes, they are recorded. I usually hear this voice that goes over the hills. So we have everyone. So the first thing I'm going to do officially is call the meeting of the Central Valley Flood Protection Board on Friday, March 27th, 2025. I got the right month. Thank you. To order. The first action is to establish quorum. So Mr. Knapp, would you call the roll?
Member Andrews? Member Bosler?
Here.
Member Griego?
Here.
Member Countryman? Here. We are working on getting Secretary Johnson confirmed online. Vice President Valines? Here. President Dolan?
I'm here. So that does confirm the quorum. We do know that there are 6 here present, perhaps, and you now have their names. And then our board member and Secretary Brian Johnson is needing to be online, so you'll hear his voice soon, I think. Next up, I want to ask if there's any introductions or announcements, Mr. Leaf, before we proceed with formality.
Yes, President Dolan, I have one announcement, one welcome. We welcome Augustin Ortega as the newest member of the board's enforcement section.
Do you know if he's here?
I do not believe he's here. No.
Oh.
Augustin's first day was March 3rd. He is a recent graduate of Sacramento State and is excited to begin his journey in state service. While this is his first professional role, he brings a strong drive, a fresh perspective, and a readiness to learn. Augustin currently holds his engineering and training certificate and is looking to tackle the engineering examinations for his professional engineering license. So we welcome Augustin.
We do. So please tell him the board is happy to have him on board and we hope to meet him in person. That's it?
That's it.
For you? Okay. Now I'm going to give a very brief, and it's a brief overview of the agenda, just so that in case things have changed or not, we'll know. But when we come to agenda items, there's a more formal introduction. What we will do once I finish this is have minutes of the last meeting. We have a consent item that's called a consent item on our agenda, which is one that we handle with one vote unless there's more discussion. And it's 2 permit approvals. After that is public comments. This is the time for people to give very brief, and I will limit you to 3 minutes of items that are not on today's agenda and for which we're not in any way going to take action. I prefer, but I don't require that if you're in the room and you want to talk fill these out and hand them to Mr. Knapp. I think many of you have done that. If you're online, once we take in the room, if you would use the hands up icon, then I will call on you at that point. Item 7 is a written submittal and legislative update. I don't think that there's going to be a presentation or discussion, but we'll note that. Item 8 is an informational presentation of inspection of levy systems of RD 1000, I think. Item 9, these are board items and there are two. One is a presentation, one is an action. 10 is receiving a written report. 11 is staff reports that they submit to us of their monthly activity, sometimes generate comment. Item 12 is for board member comments. I want to say to the board members, I'm completely aware that I cut this off at the last meeting, so I'm going to call on each of you this time to give your committee and comment updates. And I feel badly that I silenced you a month ago. Item 13 is just telling you when we're going to meet again and where. Item 14 would be a closed session, but we don't have one. So at this point, I want to ask the board's concurrence for a bit change of order in the agenda. I want to reverse the calling upon two items of the board items. I want to reverse it so that item 9B is first and item 9A is second. The reason for that is to allow our staff to go back to work and then to be sure to give sufficient time and not be anxious about the other one. So if the board confers, I know that the president has the authority to just do that, but I wanted to let you know, I'd like your concurrence to go ahead and make that. Anybody not want that to occur? Good. Okay, thank you. That's what we'll do. And I also want to know that I've had conversations the last 2 days with both our executive officer and our attorney, who, for a variety of reasons, has asked, and maybe that would be a direction, but I'm going to ask that item 9A regarding for potential discussion of a maintenance area, that it be changed from what we have noted as taking action to noting that it will be a presentation, information, and discussion. You're all fine with that. Nobody's going to contradict that. Okay, we'll proceed then. Do we have? Did we get Board Member Johnson active?
Yes, Brian, can you hear us?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning, Mr. Johnson. Board Member Johnson and Secretary, are you ready to handle a minute item?
I am. I apologize for not being there in person. I came down sick and thought it would be better not to contaminate all of you with whatever this is.
Oh, well, that would be good. No apology necessary then.
Excuse me. So this is approval of the February board meeting minutes, and I've reviewed them. I believe they're in order, and I move that they be approved.
All right, we have a motion to approve the minutes of February 28th, 2025. Do we have a second? I hear Mary Jane.
I'll second that.
I think we're getting used to our on-off system here, right? Board Member Griego seconds that. Anybody want to talk about it? Anybody want to talk about minutes? Got to ask. All right, please call the roll. Mr. Knapp.
Member Andrews,
Aye.
Member Bosler,
Aye.
Member Griego,
Yes.
Member Countryman,
Yes.
Secretary Johnson,
Aye.
Vice President Valines. Aye. President Dolan.
Yes. The minutes are approved. Thank you, Member Johnson. I hope you're feeling better. Item 5 is consent items. As I said before, there are two. One is to approve permit number 13656-1. It is a sump 89 pipeline replacement, City of Sacramento. 5B is to approve permit number 19754. It's a dwelling. If you want to know the last name, I don't want to attempt to pronounce it. in Yuba County. Mr. Wright, I understand these are in order? Everything is there, pretty straightforward, and our staff suggests that we approve them with one motion. Does anyone want to discuss either item? This is, you have to like,
Move
Where?
to approve the items.
all right, so we have a motion to approve.
I'll
Member
second.
Countryman,
I'll second it.
seconded by Member Griego. Any further comments? Anyone here in the audience? Anyone online on these consents? Okay, please call the roll.
Member Andrews,
Aye.
Member Bosler,
Aye.
Member Griego,
Yes.
Member Countryman,
Yes.
Secretary Johnson,
Aye.
Vice President Vines,
Aye.
President Dolan.
Yes, the motion is carried. Consent items, the two permits are approved. We now proceed to item number 6, which is called public comment. I do have some here. I'm hoping this doesn't take the whole morning, but we will listen to you. Yes. Mr. Knapp gave me, I was just trying to see here. We have some that are for our actual agenda item. Oh, Mr. Leaf's going to help me out. Okay. So yeah, mess it up. I had it here. So there's 4. Mr. Spalding, do you want to come forward? Mr. Knapp's going to give you 3 minutes. Public comment is, oh, you went there? Well, this one has the red thing that,
Okay, oh, this works well.
whoa, that's because we have Mr. Fresh Air.
All right, well, good morning, President Dolan, board members, Mr. Leaf. My name is Pete Spalding with American River Trees. First, I want to thank you for taking some additional time last month to let a couple additional speakers offer public comments. And thanks for another chance today to offer comments on Contract 3B. Also, I want to express my condolences to the Marysville community and the family of Officer Osmar Rodate, who was killed Wednesday in the line of duty, a life lost way too early. At this week's coordinating committee addressing the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan, Conservation Strategy, and multi-benefit projects, it was mentioned that experiences from other cities, especially East Coast cities, could help change the Corps' approach in California. I want to give you 2 examples. In September 2021, Miami-Dade County, a non-federal sponsor, rejected a $4.6 billion Corps project to build flood walls and gates around Biscayne Bay to protect neighborhoods from hurricane storm surge. The county and environmentalists were concerned that the barriers could harm the marine life in the bay already battling pollution. The Corps agreed to revise the controversial plan and will instead look at more natural solutions. The Corps said it's willing to spend another $8.2 million and take up to 5 years to get things right. In 2022, in Charleston, South Carolina, the Corps concluded a feasibility study recommending a storm surge wall around the Peninsula Bay as a key measure. The initial descriptions that were developed by the Corps and presented to the citizens in the city, a non-federal sponsor, were unacceptable and met with opposition. Charleston has been able to develop a collaborative relationship with the Corps. They're using a process known as Dutch dialogues, modeled on the Dutch approach of developing solutions through integrated water management and flood infrastructure planning with a preference for multi-benefit investments. The public is still skeptical of the Corps' process and plan, but the city is working with the Corps on the alternatives guided by the city's priorities. These are 2 examples that give me hope that this change can happen in Contract C3B and subsequent work in the Central Valley. As a non-federal sponsor, you have the power to change how the work gets done. Just this past January, the Corps adopted a new long overdue agency-specific procedures. These were just described in a March 18th issue of Scientific America. Dr. Todd Bridges, creator of the Engineering with Nature program at the Corps' Research Division, calls it, quote, the most significant policy change update for the Corps in a generation, without a doubt, unquote. These procedures expand the traditional cost-benefit analysis to factor in environmental and social gains of projects. Coupled with new national levee safety guidelines that will be out once a new Assistant Secretary for Civil Works at the Corps is appointed, and climate change initiatives, if the planning process for the work on the Lower American River were to start today,
That's 3 minutes.
that process would be far different from what we have. Let's go for a win-win-win solution. Thank you.
He's like those. Thank you, Mr. Spalding. Mr. Dirk Ruthroff? This one is attached to our audio system, so there it is.
I'm at the right one?
You are.
Okay, good deal.
You are at my right.
Thank you for letting me speak today. I actually spoke at your last meeting or your February 28th meeting down in Sacramento in regard to the erosion control work planned under contract 3B on the Lower American River at that time. And I was concerned about the work that they have planned under 3B and how it seems to be a continuation of the work that's been done downstream at Sacramento State and at Campus Commons. Over the past month, since that last meeting, I've had a chance to research this a little bit further and learned that concerns similar to the ones I expressed at the last meeting go back at least 10 years to the early planning stages of this project. At that time, members of the public provided feedback to the Army Corps and received assurances that alternatives would be considered, including even bioengineering alternatives, relative to the more robust standard engineering response that the Corps sometimes can develop. And I believe that these alternatives are viable for Contract 3B because even at the highest conveyance rate of 160,000 cubic feet per second, river flow rates along the bank are only 3 or 4 miles an hour for many segments of 3B. So my concern is that they may have just over-engineered the project further upstream relative to downstream. So as time approaches for this board to consider approval of this project, I'm hoping that you can ask the Army Corps where and how did they assess alternatives, including bioengineering alternatives, to what I can glean from reading the plans at this point in time. Also at the February 28th meeting, I had a chance to talk to other attendees at that meeting, and some of them spoke about having been in touch with their local congressional representatives and their county representatives about these same concerns. And it's interesting that they were assured by those representatives that the work upstream won't look the same way that it does downstream. But when people press them about how it's going to be different, no one could really offer an explanation of what the changes are going to be. So I'm just here seeking reassurance that a different approach has been or will be considered for 3B, where the river flow rates are much lower, the river is straight and wider. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Your comments are heard, as all have been for the last several months. Ms. Daphne Dixon? And then after that, Mr. Burchard, if you're in the back row, start moving forward. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name is Daphne Dixon, and I grew up just up from the Kadima access of the American River. So I'm here to talk on the same topic. I'm not nearly as articulate as the two gentlemen that went ahead of me because I just recently found out about this project. And what prompted me to come today was actually a conversation that I had with somebody I met down by the river yesterday afternoon. So as I was down there riding my bike, I stopped and I ended up having this kind of casual conversation with this gentleman who had firsthand knowledge that at the beginning of the development of this plan, that there was an engineer at the Army Corps of Engineers who did the plan, the plan from what to how. And in this original plan, there was hardly any removal of trees. And this firsthand knowledge that I received from this gentleman was that this plan was then shared with other Army Corps folks. And the sentiment was, well, you know, just in case, maybe we should just take out all these other trees, sort of a just in case. And so the gentleman who had put together this plan was very upset because he had spent all this time and effort to do this very measured, you know, plan that would have this sort of win-win-win that I keep hearing about. So I am for flood and erosion protection. So I'm not some tree hugger person who just, no, we can't pull up any trees. But I was concerned, and I'm losing faith in the Army Corps, that if they did have this original plan and then it somehow, was sort of not, not moving forward with, it seems that in the little bit of research I've done, that what the Army Corps plan is, what it looks like to me is it looks like kind of an antiquated approach. I expect much more from Sacramento to have an antiquated approach to this wild and scenic river. I have very high expectations that any flood and erosion project that will be done with this win-win-win sort of thing that I keep hearing about, where we have the flood and erosion control that we need, but we also protect that beautiful wild and scenic river that we all love. In my final few seconds here, I'd just like to remind us all that this is federal funding. This is taxpayer dollars from the Army Corps. This is our money that's going towards this. And it's very important that the Army Corps starts to actually listen and engage, not outreach. Outreach is one-way communication. Engagement is two-way. And I'm just having faith that at some point there will be actual engagement and we can have a project that does flood and erosion. And thank you, and protects our wild and scenic river. Thank you.
What was that? Well, that's crazy.
All right.
That's not how we've done that before. Okay, well, yes. I thought we were going to stand up and march into our classroom. Good morning. I'm sorry I neglected to see that you were here on behalf of the Central Valley Flood Control Association, so we're happy to have you here. I see your cohort over there.
Yeah, good morning, President Dolan and board members. My name is Adam Borchard. I am the Executive Director of the California Central Valley Flood Control Association.
For how long now?
It's been 1 month. My first day was the previous Flood Protection Board meeting, so 1 month in. The topic that I want to bring to your attention this morning during public comment is on Section 408 delays with the Army Corps of Engineers. That was definitely a topic of discussion at the previous board meeting. I know has been a subject of chronic discussions among flood control operators. The association has been hearing from the Army Corps that part of the reason for Section 408 permit delays is that they have been receiving, the Army Corps has been receiving sporadic funding, usually on a month-to-month basis, and the Army Corps is uncertain about funding throughout the fiscal year. So as a result, many resources from the Army Corps take details or temporary assignments in other districts, either in other departments or out of the district. And as was highlighted at the previous board meeting, the Sacramento district is particularly impacted due to the number of permits requests from the Army Corps to the Army Corps. So as the board knows, funding is nationwide, and so far the Army Corps has only received $10.5 million when we know we need at least 21 million. The association is coordinating with its membership to send support letters to California's congressional delegation. And once our association letter is finalized, we'll be sure to share that with the board. One other item I'd like to mention is that the association appreciates and thanks the board staff for sending out a congressional funding request to U.S. Senators Padilla and Schiff for the Sac Bank program. The association's membership will be sending additional support letters. That's my time. Thank you.
Thank you. We're well aware of that, and we're trying to work on solutions. Not supposed to discuss. Okay, I have no other comments from folks here. Is there anyone online?
There are two online.
Okay.
Nancy Niskern, and prior to her hand being raised was Dominic Gooley.
All right, let's take Ms. Nisern. Nancy Nisern, you can unmute yourself or be unmuted. I'm not sure what's done here. Are you there?
Hello? Is that me, Dominic? You hear me?
Is your name Nancy?
Here we go.
Oh, no. There we go.
You're second, Mr.
I'm so sorry. Good morning, President Dolan and board members. As you know, there is a dedicated group of local citizens that are appalled at the design submitted in the SEIS, SEIR for Contract 3B, American River Common Features Project. Since this report was issued, we asked the Corps for information for a meeting, etc., and the only information we received was provided in a one-way presentation. Corps personnel and consultants, designers and engineers have been working on this project since before 2015, maybe as early as 2008. In these documents, historical, the Corps cited compliance with ETLs, the engineering technical letters, specifying vegetation clear levees that have since expired and are now being replaced with best practices for vegetation management on levees. In a recent Federal Register, and Pete just talked about this, the Corps of Engineers agency-specific procedures were included related to water resources. And directives include that the Corps analytical framework for evaluating federal investments should focus on the key economic, environmental, and social effects that are relevant to the investment decision. Typical NEPA analysis emphasize environmental effects and benefits, including ecosystems, services, and these should also be used as a core part of water resources alternatives analysis. A recent publication of Scientific American titled "The Nation's Chief Engineers Turn to Nature to Improve Flood Protection. Will this enlightened approach prevail?" This article discusses more engineering with nature solutions to flood protection, and we were happy to see it in print with Scientific American. Our request hasn't changed. Please do not approve CEQA compliance when there are so many environmental solutions currently available that have not been considered. We understand that no one from the Corps Engineering with Nature program has been consulted on the Contract 3B section of this project. Again, we ask, please pause, review, and select the best current practices and build a better riverbank that protects us without the devastation of recent Corps river work downriver. And as our local authority, and in the current chaotic turmoil of the federal government, our very best hope is that the Central Valley Flood Protection Board approves solutions that enhance the riparian environment while providing protection. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
You're welcome. There'll be more meetings on those. Mr. Gooley?
Yeah, good morning, Central Valley Flood Protection Board. Dominic Gooley, licensed engineer and surveyor. I just want to thank you guys for funding the subventions program. Sandy Maxwell and her group over there, the DWR, do a great job. I represent 7 reclamation districts: Terminus Tract, Lower Roberts Island, Woodward Island, Venice Island, Orwood and Palm Tract, Pico Nagley, and the Jones Tracts. And we need your money in order to maintain our levees, so we appreciate it. I'm also the president of the Smith Tract, and we've been, we have a lot of money, well, a pretty good amount of money in our bank, and we've been able to really take advantage of the subventions program for the last 4 years. This year, we placed about 4,000 tons of levee material and riprap along the 8th hole at the Stockton Golf and Country Club. So that's all because of the subventions program. So thank you very much. An update on the Smith Canal Gate project. The public has started coming to some of the meetings, and they're very concerned about the navigation through the Smith Canal Gate. The Coast Guard never has reviewed this gate for navigation. This was because no 408 permit was ever applied for. But at this point, the signs that they have up there, they say they meet Coast Guard approval, but I don't think they do. The letters are too small to be able to read them from a boat. One sign says wall ahead. One sign says base concrete elevation minus 5.0 feet. Now, I'd be concerned if I had a boat that had a prop that was deeper than 5 feet in the water, I'd be concerned about going through that. There's also a gate stop. I'm an engineer. I kind of look at the plans and stuff. There's a gate stop that catches the gate when it closes, and that sticks up 2 feet. So I'd be concerned if I had a prop or a hull or a sailboat keel, I guess they call it. I'm not so sure, they might not hit the bottom of that gate. It's a very dangerous situation out there. I made you guys all aware of it a long time ago. But the big problem is there's a Lewis Park boat ramp there for the city of Stockton. It's a free boat ramp. It has not been open since the gate was there, and it just opened last fall. And it's getting warm out. I'm pretty close to getting my jet ski out, so I'm sure all the other people that have boats and jet skis and kayaks and paddle boards want to start getting out on the water. So public's very concerned. The fishing piers that they built, they appear to be in the deep water ship channel, not right next to it. So it's just a shame that they never did go through the 408 process to have this reviewed, because as I told you guys at the hearing for their permit many years ago, Dad's Point is within the Stockton Deep Water Ship Channel. And there's also a turning basin, which the gate was built right in the middle of, federally authorized turning basin. But for some reason, a no 408 permit.
Mr. Gooley, I need to ask you to wrap up your past time, and frankly, you're talking to the wrong organization for these operational issues of the gate.
Oh, well, I thought you approved a permit for them, so that's why I
Approving
brought it up to
permit
your
and
attention.
approving permit and having agencies the authority to manage are two different things.
Oh, well, I'll just bring it up for your attention
Okay,
because
we got it.
it's a boating concern. So thank you. And thank you for the subventions program.
Yeah, we like it too. Okay. I understand there are no more requests for public comment. Is that correct? Okay, you're shaking your head no. You're supposed to say yes, there's no more. Okay. Okay. Legislative update. Our executive officer provides that to us. It's very informative. He told me yesterday he has nothing to draw from it and speak. Is that correct? All right. But I do want to say, he highlighted that Megan Nagy was an outstanding speaker at the Assembly Water Parks and Wildlife informational gathering on this. So there were 4 panels for that. And I think almost everybody did a good job. I was on one of the panels, so I'll leave that to my family, whether I was okay or not. And I just thought that the panels that were local agencies were very informative, storytelling, outstanding, and I think and I hope they have an impact beyond that day. So I wanted to share that. So the DWR was present, Flood Board was present, Central Valley Flood Control Association was present, two reclamation districts, a city, and then we had folks that were representing coastal areas well beyond our jurisdiction. So I wanted to bring that up. What did I do with my agenda? Oh, here it is, written update. Next up is item 8, United States Army Corps of Engineers, levee inspection results. And this is going to be introduced by our board staff for the Flood System Improvement Branch, Mr. Jeremiah Peak. I understand that Mr. Gonzalez from the Corps is going to be participating on a screen. Wow.
Yes, you should be joining us online.
Good morning, Mr. Peak. We're making time.
Can you confirm, is Juan Gonzalez online? Okay.
Yes, he is online.
Awesome. All right. Good morning, President Dolan and members of the board. My name is Jeremiah Peak, and I work in the deferred encroachment compliance section of the board. With us virtually, as I have mentioned, is Juan Gonzalez. And then we also have Tom Engler from MVK, who is the district engineer for RD 1001. I'll be presenting the Army Corps inspection results for RD 1001, Nicholas, Feather River. I have here a map of the reclamation district. As you can see, it's about 15 miles north of Sacramento. So some of us probably drove through it on the way here. And it is also surrounded by the Bear River, Yankee Slough, Feather River, and the Natomas Cross Channel. Next up, Juan has a more detailed view of the district.
Hello, just doing a mic check. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you, Jeremiah, for the introduction. So, as Jeremiah pointed out,
Excuse me, you're Mr. Gonzalez from the Army Corps, right?
Yes, Juan Gonzalez, Army Corps, representing Operations Division in Sacramento District. Thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
This is the map of the RD 1001 Nicholas Feather River system. As Jeremiah pointed out, we're bounded by the Feather River and the Natomas Cross Canal, and then we've got the Bear River to the north. There are 5 segments that make up this system. Later in the presentation, we're going to be looking at pictures that are representative of the system, but those pictures are from the yellow segments of the Feather River left bank, Unit 4, as well as the green line, the dark green line, which is the Unit 5 Natomas Cross Canal. This system is in Sutter County, and we inspected about 30 miles. Next slide, please. What we're looking at here is the report card for the levee system. The board did submit a letter of intent, which was approved in 2013. Subsequently, there was an approval for the SWIFT plan, which was approved in 2019. And so with that, the system remains active in the PL 849 rehabilitation program. The ratings here, the more severe ratings that we're looking at are those with U or unacceptable on this table. There are 3 categories with unacceptable ratings, and that's encroachments, erosion, bank caving, and animal control. Next slide, please. There's 4 pictures, actually 3 observations, and so 3 and 4 are the same observation, but we will start with picture 1. This is a picture to the left of that concrete structure. What we're looking at is a 6 foot deep, 1 foot diameter foxhole, what appears to be a foxhole, pretty large hole with a considerable amount of material that's been removed from that hole. Picture 2 on the top right, this is a waterside bank erosion that's occurring near the levee toe. It's about 100 feet long. It extends about 5 feet into the embankment material, and it's about 15 feet deep. So there's some vegetation around there, but I believe the vegetation that we're seeing is lower on the bank. Pictures 3 and 4, those are showing the same pipe. Picture 3 is actually from USIP. We didn't have a good picture to show in a presentation, so this one's showing the damage that's of that pipe. It's got a hole, it's dented, it's actually got several holes. There's no positive closure that we were able to find on this pipe, and so this one's definitely a concern for us. And I believe it's considered urgent within USIP. I don't have any more slides, but I'm happy to take questions if there's any questions from the board.
All right. Thank you for the information and the presentations. We always like photos. Board members, let me go to the right. Any comments or questions for Mr. Gonzalez or Mr. Peak? To the left?
I do have a few more slides after this. That's the
Okay, let me just see if.
core part of the presentation.
Okay, well, then let's proceed with that and then have
Okay.
questions at the end. Mr. Peak.
All right, so going into the details of the Army Corps report card, I have highlighted in green all of the segments that have improved since the last inspection. Again, as Juan pointed out, the system is active in the PL 8499 program, even though there are items listed as unacceptable because it has an approved system-wide improvement framework. So as you can see, there's been improvements in encroachments, slope stability, erosion bank caving, animal control, vegetation growth, settlement, and riprap, revetments, and bank protection. Two of those sections that I wanted to call out in particular were the encroachments section. Most of the levee systems that I've presented, they're unacceptable all across the board for encroachments. And this one is unacceptable, but not likely to impact performance. And so they've been able to get that up a level. The other one that I wanted to point out was animal control. As you can see, 4 of the 5 segments for this system are acceptable. Again, most of the levee systems that we have presented have been unacceptable, mostly unacceptable in this area. So thank you for putting in work to bring that up. So some details of those observations that are causing the system to have unacceptable ratings. There are 8 encroachments. Of those 8, 6 are pipes. 1 is a toe cut, and then there's also a ditch. We also have 1 instance of bank erosion. I believe the Corps had a photo of that. Same with the animal control. That's the foxhole that Juan pointed out. I also have some photos. The first photo here is of a pipe. Let's see. This location has a slide gate at the waterside hinge, but it appears to be inoperable, and it's uncertain if it's open or closed. The inlet and outlet, according to the Corps inspection report, were unable to be found, and there are no inspection records for this pipe. It does appear in the as-built, and it's listed in the O&M under drainage and irrigation structures, and it's noted as a pipe going underneath the channel. So it does make sense that they were only, they weren't able to find 2 ends of the pipe on the side of the levee. We believe the pipe was abandoned in the 80s. The next photo, photo number 2, is of a waterside toe cut in the levee. It's about 3 feet tall and it extends 100 feet. In conversing with the district engineer, we found that this is perhaps not a toe cut, but it's actually a levee built, or excuse me, a ramp built on the side of the levee. Tom Engler can answer questions about that if you have any questions. The third photo is of a ditch 12 feet wide and 5 feet deep. It extends 1,200 feet and appears to be cutting 2 feet into the levee, likely shortening the seepage path. This is a district ditch that's needed for drainage. It was also noted in a permit inspection from 1959. We also have photo number 4. This is of the same pipe that we saw earlier with the Corps photos. I think one already mentioned it, but it lacks a positive closure device. You saw the holes in the pipe. It doesn't have a permit. We don't have inspection records for it. But I think if you put a video inspection, it would just show that there's holes in the pipe. The district let us know that that pipe is also abandoned. Right, that is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. And let me know if you have any questions for me, Juan, the district engineer.
The question I have, I think, is being answered if the district engineer wanted to make comments. Mr. Engler, that's why you're approaching.
I'm here to answer questions. Thank you, Tom Engler, MBK Engineers, the district engineer for RD 1001. If you'd like, I can run back through all 8 pictures that were shown and give you an update on each of those if you're interested. Otherwise, I'm here to answer questions. So just.
Yeah, what's the?
You want all of them? Does the board want to see all of them again? I think I'd like to know what action's being taken. All right, with your on, go through.
Okay, so these are the ones the Army Corps showed. So the rodent hole there next to the concrete box was actually an active fox den when the inspection was done, and people actually were viewing this family of foxes that was raised in this hole. If you don't know, foxes will take over a hole, have a family, raise their young for a couple months, and then abandon the hole. So as soon as that hole was abandoned, it was backfilled that same year. So we just waited for the foxes to leave. The second one, that erosion site was brought up in 2017 as an active erosion site. We applied for PL 8499 and were denied. It's a site we continue to monitor. We don't think it's yet into the levee prism, but it is a site. It's been stable since 2017, so it's a site we continue to monitor and hopefully can fix in the future. The pipe that, yes, Joe.
Member Countryman?
On that, since the Corps is showing that as unacceptable, you're saying it is acceptable because it's not part of the levee. Is that what you're saying?
So the Corps will note bank erosion as unacceptable because it's active bank erosion. It does not become critical until it threatens the integrity of the levee. So there's always been this question as to who's responsible for what. This would be something that I think could be considered under SAC Bank or PL 8499, but it's not critical to the district until it threatens our levee, and it's not doing that yet.
So I would think the Corps shouldn't be showing this as a deficiency in the levee system. Am I correct?
It's an observation they made in the field, so they note it, and
Okay.
the way these inspections.
I can speak to that. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Is that
Okay,
Mr. Gonzalez again?
Juan Gonzalez, Army Corps.
Thank you.
The reason why we note this is we're looking for erosion 35 feet out from the waterside toe. And so that's our practice, to look for anything that may be active erosion that could work its way towards the levee and eventually erode into the levee. In this case, we noted that the face of the erosion is extending about 15 feet down. And so it is a pretty significant erosion scarp, if you would, and then it is 100 feet. So it's significant. And it's if it continues, it's going to be encroaching or eroding into the levee. And so that's the why we're capturing it here. Over.
Thanks, Juan. Yeah, we agree with that it's something to continue to monitor, and if it gets worse, then we can take action if needed. Number 3, this pipe on the Feather River. This was abandoned sometime in the late 70s or early 80s. I've got confirmation from a gentleman that worked at the district at the time, was filled with concrete through the levee section. The pipe still exists. We're aware of it. It has never leaked since it's been abandoned, so it's not high on our priority list, but it's something we know we got to take care of at some point. So these facilities here, pipe number 1 on the East Side Canal, there are several pipes. What they did when they built the East Side Canal is they would build one drain that would drain from the east side of the canal, the non-federal project side, into the canal. But when the water got too high in the canal, those wouldn't drain. So they also put a secondary pipe that would drain all the way under the canal into the district's drainage facilities to the pump station so that could be pumped. This pipe was eventually, the ditch was abandoned. The county filled it in when they built the county road. So this pipe was abandoned, filled with concrete. The reason that the closure doesn't operate is because it's full of concrete. So it does not leak at this point, but it's another one of those items that's low on our priority list, but we know will need to be taken care of at some point.
That's photo 1.
Photo 1.
Thank you.
Photo 2 here is listed as a toe cut. So the property owner here built a ramp down to be able to do maintenance on their pump station on the Natomas Cross Canal. We are currently working with that property owner to permit some pipe replacements. And as part of that, we're probably going to try to flatten this out. I did go out earlier this week and take some pictures from the ramp platform. It does not appear that the toe cuts into the levee. It looks like the ramp was built on top of the levee section, and it just visually looks like it's a toe cut, but it's really just an oversteepened ramp. Again, not a high priority for us, but because the property owner is getting ready to do some work, we're going to try to get them to repair that. Number 3 has been an interesting one. We did a lot of research on this one this week. So the last set of core as-built was 1960 when they repaired the crown of the Yankee Slough levee as part of the reconstruction project after the 55 flood. They repaired Feather River, Bear River, and then the crown of Yankee Slough up to this point. There was also at the time the district applied for a permit to put a pump station and pipe in at Swanson Road, which is just downstream at the downstream end of this ditch. And in that permit, it was noted that the access ditch to the pump was cut too close to the levee and should either be moved or monitored for sloughing. The district continuously monitors this ditch for sloughing. There's never been a performance issue. So once again, it's not a high priority. This is a critical drainage feature for the district. It drains several hundred acres of orchard land in the area. So it's a critical feature. Yes, it does encroach into the levee toe, but it has never had an issue. Yankee Slough's not known for seepage, so it's never been a seepage issue, and we've never had any sloughing. And then 4 is that same pipe that we've already talked
I have as part of your SWIFT, is this to be moved?
The ditch?
Yeah.
We were not planning on it, no.
So has the Corps found it's unacceptable?
The Corps finds it's unacceptable because it's an unauthorized encroachment. So we've already started working through that permit that was issued and constructed in 1959. We're going to see if we can get it authorized through that, documented, and then one of those conditions will be to continue to monitor it for sloughing.
So it'll either be approved as is, or you'll have to move it, I guess, if you want to get rid of the unacceptable.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
That was Board Member Countryman. Okay. You have one more photo here?
Photo 4 we've already talked about. That
Okay,
was the
look familiar.
same abandoned pipe.
They look like punching bags.
So with that, I can answer any questions anybody may have. But
Thank you, Mr. Engler. Board members to my left, any more questions?
I do.
Member Grego?
So on picture 2, how long has that erosion site been active?
2017.
And so was it because of 2017 was a high water year?
Yes.
And so if there was another high water year, what would be the course of action?
We monitor just like we always do. This site did not get any worse this year. So we had a lot of high water this year on the Natomas Cross Canal, and that site did not get any worse. So we continue to monitor it, and we'll continue to monitor it through all high water.
So if this continues to erode and you apply for the PL 8499 program, is there any reason why the Corps would not fund the repairs on this?
There's a chance they would call it pre-existing damage. So that there's a big discussion that we're having about whether or not pre-existing damage is, the Corps often rates pre-existing damage in their erosion inspections as not critical monitor because it's not yet in the levee prism. Sometimes then when you request PL 8499 assistance, they say it's pre-existing damage, so we can't repair it under PL 8499. So we're going to be working with them on that in future flood events. I know there's been some conversations already happening.
Very good. Thank you for that.
Yeah, we'd like to help these catch-22s. Am I right? Any comments or questions there? Audience in the room? No hands up. Oh, our staff member Zubair, Mr. Zubair.
Morning, President Dolan, members of the board. Just want to check, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I do apologize for not being there in person. I'm recovering from an injury as a result of last night's soccer game. Couldn't walk the best this morning, so my attendance is online today. I want to thank Jeremiah as well as,
Did you win?
unfortunately, we lost.
Okay. There's another injury. Okay, Mr. Dozu, proceed.
So I do want to thank Juan Gonzalez and Jeremiah Peak from my team for the presentation. They did a wonderful job in elaborating on the issues in the system as well as the background of this levy system. I do also want to thank Tom Engler for providing clarity to some of these observations that are affecting eligibility and giving background as well. I want to bring focus that we've gone through iterations of these presentations and we've addressed the comments and particularly the slide we're looking at right now that shows the 10 unacceptable observation. Please keep in mind, when the Corps did this inspection, there was over 200 unacceptable observation, but those observations were not observations affecting performance. So they were unacceptable, but they did not have an adverse effect on levy performance. These 10 that you see that are identified here is essentially the issues that are affecting PL 8499 eligibility because they do affect levy performance. And I just want to say that these presentations, these briefing summaries, they're important because they bring awareness. Awareness is a key word. There's a lot of issues on the levy. We can't always take enforcement action to address them, but the first step is bringing awareness to what is the issues on our levy system that do affect performance. And I think Jeremiah has done a great job here to really hone in and bring attention, awareness to what are those items that are affecting eligibility and performance on our levy. Our section, the deferred encroachment compliance section, and if I didn't mention, I am the manager of that section, is a new section, relatively new section for the board. And the emphasis on this section is keeping our levy systems eligible in the program. And for those levy systems that are eligible in the program, we do want them to become eligible in the program. So really honing in on what are those unacceptable observations to get those systems active in the program. This system, as mentioned previously, is active through their approved SWIFT. So just wanted that to be noted. As you've seen in the photos of the following slide. And I do want to bring a small correction there that the cut, it's not actually cutting into the levy prism itself from the Corps' description of this observation number 3. It's cutting into the projected levy prism. So this is something I do think that because it's necessary for drainage in this area, the district does maintain it and they've done a good job maintaining for several years and it's performed well. So I do think this is necessarily a paperwork issue and that can be resolved so that unacceptable rating can be downgraded. That's all I had to say, but thank you, everyone.
You're welcome. And thank you very much for that thorough dissertation. We agree with you that you and your staff are doing a good job. And thank you, Mr. Engler, for giving us an overview on that. Clearly, you're paying attention. Sometimes we're like, can we find the district engineer? And then we find out there isn't one. So
Oh, I'm
yeah,
here.
good job. I know. You took me on it once. So I've seen it. Sometimes I think if these pictures were a wider angle, they would appear to be less onerous. But we'll see. We'll look forward to seeing information on the ditch.
Thank you.
Anything else? Mr. Peak, good job. Okay, here's my suggestion. We're going to take our staff and DWR's presentation on the Yola Bypass Cash Slough Master Plan Release and Public Draft that's coming up. So step forward, ladies. And then we'll take a break so we can sort of reconfigure ourselves and look at the paperwork for that former item. So this, or item coming up. So this is where we have reversed 9B is next. So I think I just introduced it. So
Great. Thank you very much.
Ms. Van
Gonna
Skyke,
check it out, yeah.
you're on.
Forward. Thank you very much. Good morning, President Dolan, Vice President Vines, and board members, executive staff. Thank you for having us here today. My name is Christine Van Skyke, and I'm a program manager for the Flood Planning and Programs branch here at the board. We are here today, and we are very proud to introduce Agenda Item 9B, a briefing on the public release of the Yolo Bypass Cash Slough Master Plan. With me today is my colleague from the Department of Water Resources, Mary Jimenez, the manager of the System-Wide Multi-Benefits Initiative Branch. Mary Jimenez and I will provide an overview on the upcoming public draft release of the Yolo Bypass Cash Slough Master Plan and engagement. And so we'll start out with Mary.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mary Jimenez. I'm with DWR and System-Wide Multi-Benefit Initiatives Branch. Pleased to be here. I'm going to make sure the slide advance works before we begin.
It's always that.
There we go. Right. Thank you very much, Christine. I'm here today to provide an overview of the Yolo Bypass Cash Slough Master Plan, including some of the relevant background and other information leading to release of a public draft very soon. Following my part of the presentation, Christine will take over again to provide additional detail on communication and engagement and the public release schedule for the master plan. Some of the information shared today will be familiar to the board and the public from our prior presentations, particularly the presentation we provided to the board during your workshop last October. However, I'm happy to provide the same information now for those who may not be as familiar with the master plan, as this presentation is meant to set up the public comment period that is projected to begin in mid-April, so very soon. I'm happy to pause throughout the presentation to answer any questions or from the board as needed.
I'd be happy to have you continue to do that because I'm not sure I have the total memory from October.
Not a problem. Thank you. On April 15th, the Yolo Bypass Cash Slough Master Plan will be available for public review and comment. This is a significant milestone in our planning process, and we would really like to encourage anyone with an interest in the Yolo Bypass Cash Slough region to consider reviewing the public draft as it's made available. This draft master plan is informed by and will support implementation of a variety of existing plans, such as the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan, or as we call it, CVFPP, and its conservation strategy. It is also informed by robust engagement and collaboration between public agencies, California tribes, and other interested parties, and is meant to support ongoing and future collaborative efforts as well. The Yolo Bypass Cash Slough region hosts key components of the Sacramento River Flood Management System that, as the board is aware, is a major aspect of reducing flood risk to the Sacramento Valley for over 100 years. The planning area for our master plan encompasses the general locations of projects and project concepts that have been identified and described to date in the draft master plan. And a little bit more description of the region. It contains major components of the Corps of Engineers Sacramento River Flood Control Project and the State Plan of Flood Control. It has been and continues to be the focus of multiple priority federal, tribal, state, and local interests and initiatives. The Yolo Bypass Cash Slough region is an increasingly dynamic landscape as multiple projects are underway, proposed, or conceptualized all at the same time. The potential for Yolo Bypass expansion has been included in the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan since it was originally adopted by this board in 2012 and has been included in each 5-year update since then, most recently in 2022. Key federal and state legislation and other actions by public agencies provide additional context related to the master plan and where we are today. The 2020 Water Resources Development Act authorized by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to conduct a comprehensive study of the Yola bypass system for the purposes of flood risk management, ecosystem restoration, water supply, and recreation. This same legislation directed the Army Corps of Engineers to consult with the state of California, applicable federal, state, and local agencies, and non-federal interests, the Yola Bypass Cash Loop Partnership, and other interested parties to develop this YOLO comprehensive study, which will be an abbreviated name for the study as I move forward with this presentation. Among the purposes of our YOLO Bypass Cash Loop Master Plan is to provide early information into the YOLO comprehensive study, which began in 2024 and is ramping up efforts in 2025. California Water Code prioritizes projects that are expected to deliver multiple benefits in the Yola Bypass Cash Loop region. It further directs the state to identify project implementation challenges and to work collaboratively with other agencies to resolve those challenges, along with other actions listed here on the slide. The draft master plan describes work that has been conducted to date towards these actions. Regional flood management planning through the collaboration of multiple local and regional flood management agency partners is important to provide robust bottoms-up approach and foundational work to guide flood management in this region. The body of work produced by the Lower Sacramento River Delta North region since 2014 has been foundational to development of the Yola Bypass Cash Loop Partnership Memorandum of Understanding in 2016 and many related efforts in the region that are moving forward today. For example, the corridor management framework produced by this group in 2015 recognized the importance of the Yola bypass to their region and well beyond. Today, representatives from the Lower Sacramento River Delta North Regional Flood Management Program are continuing to provide valuable review and input into the draft master plan as we move forward. This Yola Bypass Cash Loop Master Plan is an important part of aligning and coordinating the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan at a regional scale. And a variety of regional and local planning efforts affecting the Yola Bypass, such as the Regional Flood Management Planning just described and the ongoing Yola Bypass Comprehensive Study. The draft master plan includes descriptions of other important recent local planning efforts as well. For example, Solano County is collaborating with DWR, the Solano County Water Agency, Reclamation District 2068, and the Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency to develop a habitat conservation plan and incidental take permit. This permit is intended to be a priority action for water supply in this region. The California Department of Fish and Wildlife, DWR, and Solano County created a partnership to develop, evaluate, recommend, and implement solutions to address recreation in the Cash Slough complex. This partnership created the Cash Slough Recreation Action Plan, which is a first step in the process to achieve its objectives and includes priority actions for recreation in the lower part of the bypass around Cash Slough. So there are, as mentioned, there are at least a couple more specific local planning efforts that are very important to alignment as well. Not sure what happened to the slide.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
We apologize. It looks like our slides are somehow misformatted on this presentation. We apologize.
The photos are amazing, though.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to apologize too. I don't know what happened to the formatting of our presentation.
Well,
Okay, I hope the folks online are able to see. I feel bad if it's showing up this way for folks online.
well, the yellow color is not helping.
Yeah, maybe there's a chance we can get them out. Okay, thank you.
We're doing some editing here.
Just maybe swap it over so it has the dark font.
Or maybe not. Well, I'll take this opportunity to say that the, maybe not. The Lower Sacramento River Delta North RFMP, the board members who are involved with that are Member Johnson and Member Countryman. So I know they're keeping the engagement robust. Well, now you know why I called Mr. Knapp Mr. Multitasker. I need you to come home and take care of mine.
24. Thank you very much, Jonah. I appreciate your help. I'm pleased to pause here. Really appreciate the help with the presentation, but I'm pleased to pause here on kind of thoughts on the background and context or any questions before I move forward with the purpose and more about the master plan.
Well, thank you for that pause. My experience is board members are not shy to interrupt. Let me see. Well, we'll go ahead. Thank you. Or you will go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, President Dolan. Again, I'm Mary Jimenez, DWR. Some more about the master plan and its purpose. The purpose of the Yolo Bypass Cashew Master Plan is to guide continued project planning and implementation in this region, consistent with the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan and its conservation strategy, while recognizing the distinct perspectives and efforts that have been conducted to date within this region. The master plan is also to inform the Yolo Bypass Comprehensive Study and support continued efforts to advance the goals of the Yolo Bypass Cache Loop Partnership. DWR and board staff are continuing to develop the master plan through ongoing engagement and input from partnership and tribal representatives, and now broadening out our engagement and review to include other interested parties and the broader public. The draft master plan provides valuable information such as hydrologic and hydraulic analyses and an ecosystem baseline report that are summarized in the main document but contain more detail in 2 of the appendices. It also describes many complex challenges involved in project implementation in the Yolo Bypass Cache Loop region and proposes a set of 9 actionable recommendations to support implementation moving forward. We've conducted a focused planning process to ensure that members of the partnership and California tribes have had opportunities to comment on 2 versions of an administrative draft, discuss their comments with us, and learn how those comments may be addressed in future versions of the master plan. We have taken the time of effort needed to be as responsive as possible to their thoughtful comments before releasing a draft master plan to the broader public for further review and refinement. The comments and feedback we've received over the past year in particular have been extremely valuable in improving the contents of the draft document to where it stands today. As you can see from the summary level list of key issues provided here on the slide, the comments we received range greatly in scope and topic. 3 of the topics here on the slide with the most ongoing discussion are currently the first bullet and the 4th and 5th, or last 2 bullets on these slides. In other words, how can we do more to address all of the partnership pillars? How can we better understand benefits, impacts, and complex trade-offs during project planning to maximize benefits and minimize impacts from different perspectives? And how can all of the work that is needed in this region be funded? So those were just kind of high-level takeaways of, from my view, these are all important, but the 3 big ones that we're really continuing to wrestle with today moving forward. Okay. We have adjusted our schedule for release of the public draft to allow time to more fully discuss these comments as needed with reviewers through a variety of venues, both small meetings and larger group discussions. And now a little bit more of a look into the master plan and what's in the draft. The Yola Bypass Cash Loop Partnership envisioned a suite of 6 pillars that reflect regional priorities for water management of the different agencies that were signatory to the 2016 Memorandum of Understanding. And now I'd like to show 3 examples of how these pillars show up in the draft master plan through conceptual graphics. We included conceptual graphics for all 6 of the partnership pillars in the draft master plan. These are not meant to be site-specific, but generally representative of the types of project components or features that can be developed in different locations in order to provide benefits. The flood management pillar slide is shown first. So for instance, potential flood management features included within different projects can include levee improvements, flow and conveyance capacity improvements, and levee setbacks. We have a second flood pillar graphic after this one in the document that also depicts weir expansions or modifications. These types of features can provide a range of flood management related benefits, such as reduced stages for flood flows and many other benefits listed here on the slide. Similarly, a variety of project features could provide benefits associated with habitat, including restoration of tidal marsh, waterfowl, shaded riverine, and aquatic habitats, wildlife-friendly agricultural enhancements, and fish passage barrier removal. These types of features can provide a range of habitat-related benefits, such as recovery of native fishes, improved geomorphic functionality, opportunities for Native American traditional uses, and more as listed on this slide. Potential agriculture project features are also important in this landscape and include agriculture drainage improvements, water control structures, and operable gates. These types of features can improve quality and functionality of lands managed for agriculture, promote agriculture and economic development, and other benefits as listed on this slide. In addition to consideration of these potential project features to benefit agriculture, the master plan further recommends application of DWR's Agriculture and Land Stewardship Strategies Toolbox and Framework to promote the collaboration of local agricultural interests and project proponents early in project planning processes, and provides additional strategies to support agricultural operations as projects are developed. As mentioned earlier, the draft master plan includes a set of 9 actionable recommendations that are meant to be further developed and pursued following completion of the master plan itself. The recommendations are organized around the purposes of the master plan summarized here on the slide. Some recommendations are funded and underway, such as those most closely related to the YOLO comprehensive study, while others would require new or additional funding to be implemented. As future funding is secured, more detailed work plans by DWR, the board, and/or other partner agencies involved in implementing those recommendations would be developed. This slide contains a simplified version of one of the recommendations in the draft master plan. This recommendation would be implemented through continued collaborative efforts of DWR, the board, Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency, and Yolo County to continue to develop data and tools for analyzing trade-offs for planning where we are actively looking at the Upper Yolo bypass. So this is just one example I wanted to share. It's shortened compared to the text in the master plan, but I felt like it was an important example. Next slide. So this slide then just provides an overview of our schedule and where we are today. Christine will provide more detail in her part. Our major activities since early 2024 and looking forward into 2025. I wanted to note for the board that this is updated from what was shared at the October board workshop and reflects where we stand today. On Monday, March 31st, we plan to provide the public draft of the Yola Bypass Master Plan to our Yola Bypass Cash Loop Partnership Organizing Committee members and to representatives of engaged tribes for a 6-week comment period. On Tuesday, April 15th, the public draft of the master plan will be released to the broader public for a 4-week public comment period, as mentioned in the beginning. So with that, I'm pleased to pause again before handing off to Christine. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Thank you. Thank you for the overview. Thank you for the PowerPoint, the information. Yeah, wow. Board members to my right? The audience in the room, you got any hands up? Okay, all right. Ms. Van Skyke, are you the photographer?
No, they don't give me that job. Thank you, Mary. Again, I'm Christine Venskay, Flood Planning and Programs Branch Board Staff. On the screen here, you do see an example of the collaborative efforts for the Yola Bypass Cash Loop Partnership. As Mary mentioned, communication and engagement is a priority and at the heart of the development of the master plan for this region. To create a partnership, as Mary mentioned, the MOU was signed in 2016 and is up again for renewal in 2026. This aligns 16 federal, state, federal, and local agencies to prioritize efforts in the region. Partner agencies work together with one another for the goal of establishing priorities, overcoming policy differences, and implementation barriers to bring about a programmatic and multi-benefit vision for the region, emphasizing the 6 pillars that Mary showed on the screen. The Yola Bypass Cash Loop Partnership is a vital part of the development of the master plan. And those partner member agencies, subject matter experts, tribal representatives, and other interested parties had the opportunity and have engaged with us throughout the process of the development of the draft master plan. This public draft is now a broader effort for us to further engage the public and interested parties in the region for the development to get us closer to that final draft later in the year. The pie graph on the screen shows the extent of the organizations that have already engaged by commenting on the development of the administrative draft of the master plan in the early part of 2024. This draft was shared with partner agencies and tribes several times throughout this process to gain further feedback and add valuable content. And as Mary mentioned, over 200 comments were received and even more after the back check draft round in August. Yes, President Dolan.
Who is the purple wedge?
Oh, right. So sorry about the slides. It might be hiding. That is going to be, I'm going to go with LSDN. I want another copy of those slides.
Lower Sac?
Lower Sac Delta North
Delta North
region, I believe so.
Region, okay. Yeah, it did get obscured there, so I was wondering.
Okay.
I'm surprised Yola's not a bigger wedge.
Well, if we would have cumulatively shown all the comments throughout the entire process, Yola would definitely be a large wedge. But this particular shows that administrative development to get us to this public draft.
This demonstrates what we know about your work. Outreach is essential. Communication happens. So
Yes, yes. And so those pie charts would have grown quite considerably over the course of the year. We've done a considerable effort to make sure that we're hearing all of the voices and the needs of our regional and local partners that are engaging in this process. And many more comments are hoped to be received during this public round.
Undoubtedly you will. Oh, wow.
So we will continue to seek engagement to improve and enhance the master plan during this review, and we are encouraging comments, edits, suggestions, recommendations, and we do need them to bolster this value of this product output and to help those that are working on projects in the region on one or more of those 6 pillars. The California Environmental Quality Act is part of our development of the master plan. Along with that development, the board and the DWR investigated the California Environmental Quality Act for a program environmental impact report. In August 2022, a notice of preparation and scoping was held to engage landowners, tribes, and interested party in the development of the master plan. After that investigation, it has been determined that the master plan is a strategic planning document that does not commit the state of California or any other entity to undertake any action contained within. The master plan is therefore not a binding regulatory document that may have or lead to significant effect on the environment. The purpose of the YBCS master plan is to provide a framework for the region, and any future actions analyzed in the master plan will be the subject to independent project-level CEQA compliance. Therefore, the Yolo Bypass Cashley master plan is not subject to the requirements of CEQA. DDBR and the board are committed to meaningful engagement with the tribes in the development and review of the Yolo Bypass Cashley master plan. In mid-2022, at the beginning of our investigation for CEQA, we began early engagement with tribes who have traditional or cultural affiliation to the lands in the planning area. Regular tribal consultation and engagement has resulted in the inclusion of tribal values and interests in the YBCS master plan. For the purpose of investigating CEQA, board sent invitations to tribes to consult government to government through AB 52 and the California Natural Resources Agency's tribal consultation policy, followed by sending a copy of the CEQA notice of preparation for a programmatic environmental impact report to the tribes. 3 tribes did request consultation with the board under AB 52, and initial AB 52 consultation meetings were held with each requesting tribe. DDBOR and the board will continue to prioritize tribal engagement, values, and interests in the development of the final master plan. Tribal representatives have expressed an interest in all 6 partnership pillars, including the corresponding management planning and actions to minimize resource impacts and to support or incorporate tribal knowledge and values. They have also expressed potential ability to inform on the annual planning process and to coordinate on anticipated O&M activities for the Yolo Bypass planning area that are affecting areas of cultural significance. Tribal collaboration and engagement can inform and guide future YBCS partnership and individual project proponents in this effort that include how to approach tribes, engagement and information sharing, how to promote tribal participation in the early planning and throughout project development, design and implementation phases, and the importance of integrating tribal knowledge, values, and interests. So for the master plan public review, feedback is critical to the usefulness of the YBCS master plan. And as we have been discussing, the master plan encourages ongoing collaboration between state and federal agencies, tribes, local agencies, project proponents, and other interested parties. DDBR and the board intend to carefully consider comments and incorporate further revisions as appropriate to release the final draft in a timely manner. On March 31st, the public draft of the YBCS master plan will be released for review by partner agencies and tribes for a 45-day review period from March 31st to May 15th. And then on April 15th, the public draft will be released to the public and interested parties via the YBCS partnership website and notified on our GovDelivery listserv. This is a screenshot of our website. We do encourage you to please visit the ybcspartnership.org to sign up for our listserv by clicking the Get Involved button in the upper right-hand corner. The link to the master plan circled here will be available and live on April 15th. Under that black box, it says continued engagement, and we are committed to that. And we look forward to continued engagement and comments from these agencies and partners that we work closely with. Everyone has been assigned 10 birds on this screen. So for our conclusions and key takeaways, if you squint really hard, you'll see we're better together. The master plan is committed to working together on drafting a master plan to guide our combined efforts, to stay connected and updated and informed, You'll also be able to squint your eyes to see that we hope to stay engaged and include our regional and local agency, tribes and landowners, interested parties in the public as we continue on informing our progress towards the master plan final and to continue our engagement opportunities.
What would the word be on that yellow that's just yellow?
It is engage, it is in expand.
Expand.
Expand that opportunity.
Thank you.
So the action items on the screen seem to clearly show up. So I guess that's all that matters. So stay connected, please, and visit the YOLO Bypass Cash Loop Partnership website to learn more about the master plan and the partnership efforts. To find that link on April 15th to comment and input on the master plan. Included in that will be a comment form and guidance on those comments on how to submit a structured form. You can also email us. You can send notes in email. You can use the form in any other way that you hope to provide that information to comment. And contact us. Mary and I are happy to provide a more focused briefing to your organization. If you have any questions or need more information, we're here to help. I think you can see almost everything there. Stay connected. This QR code does link you directly to the partnership if you take a snapshot with your phone. If you have any questions, these are comments that you can send to YBCSMP at Water or to Mary and myself listed here. With that, that will conclude our presentation. So we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Wow, thank you. You'll be sending all of this information or some part of it to your listserv next week?
On April 15th, the listserv is our public facing. We have over 1,100 subscribers to that listserv email. Those are interested parties in the region. They will get an announcement and a link to where they can interact and find the information for the master plan. Our YOLO Bypass Cash Loop Organizing Committee members and our tribes will be receiving emails on Monday with that information.
You're going to work on Monday? Okay.
For this.
Some are not.
Yeah, we're going to get it out on Monday. Yep.
Okay. Well, thank you. And I'm on your listserv. So thank you for not putting everybody's name on the list before you put your information. You know how to do websites. Good. Member Grego.
Yes, I want to thank you both for such a great presentation. It was excellent. And I look forward to this item coming back before our board, but I just want to make comment about the pictures. Wow. It reminds me of why we live here in the North State. It's just really, really well done. And you've got quite a membership there. And I know how difficult it can be to work with so many varied interests in this, but your pillars of partnerships is really outstanding. It was well thought out. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Very diverse group, as you've done. So bringing them together, and just a comment, it's just great. Member Countryman? Then I'm going to call on Member Johnson.
Talking about the diverse group of participants, I've been reading in the paper that NOAA and the Bureau of Reclamation, Fish and Wildlife Service have all had substantial cuts or are in the process of having substantial cuts in this area. I don't know if you've heard anything about that. Will it affect their ability to participate in this type of thing?
We haven't heard anything directly yet, Board Member Countryman, but I wouldn't be surprised if we do, because I've seen those messages as well on the news.
Oh, everybody, do you mind? Let me call on Brian Johnson, who's part of that. Member Johnson?
Thank you, President Dolan. Thank you, Mary and Christine, for the presentation. I'm sorry I can't be there. I have a question that might have follow-up depending on the answer, but back to the CEQA and the determination. It says that we're the lead agency, and then also that there's a determination that the master plan isn't really the type of action that would be subject to CEQA. Does that mean that we won't be certifying a CEQA document?
Yes.
And the excuse me. I was under the impression, and it may have been something that I imagined and not something that I was ever told, that having a programmatic CEQA document was one of the goals, or at least, you know, potential benefits of doing this. And again, I'm not sure that anybody ever told me that. Maybe I just, you know, thought that that was possibly the case. But I'm wondering if there's any, if either of you have any more to say about the decision that there's not going to be a CEQA document. Was that just strictly that's the way the law works, and so that's the way it is, or were there also judgment calls involved about what we're trying to get out of the process? Anything else that you might want to offer there?
Yes, thank you for the question, Member Johnson. It has been determined, both DWR and the board are in agreement that the YOLO Bypass Cash Loop Master Plan is a strategic planning document that does not commit the state of California or any other entity to undertake any action. Its purpose is to simply provide guidance and inform future studies of those actions, and therefore it is not a regulatory document, and will not have or lead to significant effect on the environment. And that's why it has been determined that it is not subject to CEQA.
This is President Dolan. So many entities are called the board. In this instance, it wasn't the board of directors that took any action on it. We're receiving that, but it was a thorough review by our partners, our board staff, our board attorneys, staff of DWR, staff attorneys, and all of that, you know, summating that this is not an actionable document, but an important one.
Okay. So what then, President Dolan or Christine, is the board's role in finalizing the master plan? If we're the lead agency, but there's not a CEQA document.
Oh.
Thank you, Board Member Johnson and President Dolan. The board staff will continue to work closely with the Department of Water Resources and the partnership to advance the goals of the partnership that are outlined in the public draft of the master plan, and follow the public draft master plan development, edit, and guidance towards the final document. So we're key staff on the development of the plan.
But not involved in taking action on finalizing the plan?
Oh, someone else is coming forward.
Andrea Buckley, Deputy Executive Officer for Central Valley Flood Protection Board. Board Member Johnson, that's correct. At this time, we don't have a plan to formally and memorialize and adopt this master plan. When this process began, there were some features that staff was hoping to gain from the development of the master plan. Over the years, some of those features have found to not be necessary, and those would have been the actions that would have necessitated the PEIR. Those features are not part of this, including a programmatic 408 permit. That's not a feature of the master plan anymore, and that was one of our main nexus for that document.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me go this way. Member Bosler, and Member Andrews.
Yeah, no, I'm excited to have this zoom out approach for this region where there's a lot of different interests. And I think that having common understanding of facts and understanding of the different processes that you all have gone through will help to get more projects that are mutually agreed upon as the right thing to do. I'm just wondering, I know the counties are involved. I just wonder at what level, and if you've had presentations to the boards of supervisors in both counties that are in the partnership.
Yes, they've been primarily engaged at the program or staff level with us, and we have not had any presentations to the boards of supervisors from our team.
And then the other thing I'm trying to envision, because I am a big fan of this kind of, again, zoom out approach, as I would say, to kind of get the broader views of all of the issues and interests and public trust issues that need to be addressed. I just, everything will come down to, individual projects that have land use implications, et cetera. And so the translation of this big, broad planning effort to those individual issues, is going to be really important. And so I would hope that the county leaders would be able to have an opportunity to at least have a ground level understanding of the plan.
This is President Dolan. I've been to a couple of those online sessions that you've held, not all of them because it's your job and it's exhausting. But the ones that I've gone to, the county supervisors whose district is part of what this plan is have participated.
That's great to hear.
I kind of always look to see if they're there so I can call them. Member Bosler? Was that? Okay, I just want to know if she was still there before I just jumped over her. Member Andrews.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the presentation that you've made this morning and the grand experiment that I think this is about whether we can use an approach like this to really begin to address what we need to do to accomplish things in a one landscape kind of approach. I am excited, cautiously optimistic about this work really expediting our ability to move ahead on some key projects within the master plan area. It will be very interesting to see how things unfold from here. And I want to thank you both for your extended and I know committed engagement in this process over the last years. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I know this is your job and your duty, but I really see it as something you're completely engaged and want to do. And the comment about whether or not we should put an imprimatur on it and approve it at some time, that makes it static in my view. I wasn't a decision maker. The attorneys decided that this is not actionable, therefore it can be there. I think the opportunity is for it to maintain its flexibility. And I know that there will be updates on a pretty regular basis for us. That's if you didn't already plan that, that was a direction.
Yes, we definitely plan to return to the board to provide an update after this public process goes through to give you some more feedback on our progress and our anticipation for the end of the year.
Okay. Before I close this out, is there anyone in this room who wants to make a comment? I see no one standing or rising. Do we have any online beyond Member Johnson? Okay. Thank you, ladies.
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you for your time today.
We're going to take a break now. We're going to get a little organized. I need to ask some questions about how this next item will be managed. And Mr. Knapp always says that I say 10 minutes, but it's actually Dolan 10 minutes, which is 15. So let's just be honest this time, and we're going to take a 15-minute break. Our board meeting will reconvene. You also nicely got very quiet so you knew that we were past the Dolan 15, so thank you for that. So we are back in session, and we are at item 9A, an informational presentation and discussion regarding, I don't know, horseshoe levy, MA20, lots of stuff. I got some information as to how this will proceed. So we're going to begin with a staff presentation, and that will be Mr. Mike Salazzo. And then from that point, he will identify the next person or representative to come forward. I'm asking that we all hold questions for these presentations until the end, if possible. Okay. Mr. Salazzo.
Good morning, President Dolan and members of the board and members of the community. My name is Mike Salazzo. I am a senior engineer in the board's flood system improvement branch. I am leading item 9A, which is an informational briefing to discuss a method to develop the boundary area for the proposed maintenance area 20 to assist the board in preparing a boundary description as part of the maintenance area formation process prescribed by the California Water Code. The board is pursuing the formation of MA20 at the request of the local maintaining agencies, or LMAs, having responsibility over those levees within the horseshoe levee system, which is located in southwestern Yuba County. Today's discussion will include remarks from several speakers. After I conclude board staff's presentation, Patrick Marr from RD 784 will give a presentation on the efforts by the district to continue maintenance in the area. Tom Engler from RD 817 will follow with oral remarks. Brian Manning, Stuart Hansen, and Ralph Nevis, who will be joining virtually, will present on behalf of the landowners that would be affected by the formation of the area. Since there are several speakers on this topic, I'll just reiterate President Dolan's request to hold all questions until after all presentations are given, except for any minor clarifying questions or ones that would not result in extensive discussion. I also just want to point out that the information in this presentation is, considering what we have to date, doesn't include anything that's will be presented as part of this meeting or been provided to staff at the meeting. So we haven't considered any of that information yet when we made this presentation. So here is a map from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers showing the federal project levees within RD 784's responsibility to maintain on behalf of the state as part of the Sacramento River Flood Control Project. It shows that the units of the two separate systems, with System 1, including units along the Yuba River in the north and down the Feather River and up the Bear River to the east and into the Western Pacific Interceptor Canal, or WIPIC, the WIPIC West Levee. System 2, which is boxed in red, contains the units of the Horseshoe Levee system and provides flood protection for the lands within System 2. Note that the upstream unit along the Bear River is actually split into two units, one maintained by RD 784 and the other by RD 817, which will be shown on the next slide. This map shows the proposed MA20 levee system with the RD 784 levee units shown in red, consisting of Unit 5 along Best Slough and the WIPIC East Levee, Unit 3B along the Bear River North Levee, and a short Unit 6 up to the confluence with Dry Creek. The RD 817 Unit 6 is shown in yellow along the north levee of Dry Creek. The system is bordered by these levee reaches and by 40-mile road to the east up to high ground. The process to form a maintenance area consists of many steps within two main phases. First, the adoption of a statement of necessary work, which outlines the work necessary to bring the system into compliance with federal standards. And second, the formation of the maintenance area. And shown here are the steps required by the Water Code for the board to adopt the statement of necessary work. The process begins with either the Department of Water Resources determining the levee units are not being maintained, or the LMA submitting a resolution to the department declaring no longer desires to maintain them. Moving to the green circle, if the LMA submits a resolution, DWR submits a cost estimate of the work required to the LMA. The LMA then pays the estimate, and DWR prepares a statement and submits it to the LMA and to the board. The LMA can protest the statement, and the board can hold a hearing. In this case, the LMA waived the protest, and the board was required to adopt the statement of necessary work. In October, RD 784, this is October of 2019, RD 784 submitted its declaration, and subsequently the board held an informational briefing on the MA formation process in December. In October of 2022, RD 817 joined the proceedings so that the entire horseshoe could be maintained by the state as a single entity. DWR submitted its cost estimate to RD 784 in June of 2021 and provided the statement of necessary work in October. With a revision in July of 2022, DWR provided statements of necessary work once RD 817 joined the proceedings with the latest version in June of 2024. In September 2022, the board adopted a statement of necessary work for the 3 levee units under RD 784. In June of 2024, the board adopted the combined statement of necessary work for both districts. Following adoption of the statement of necessary work, the board embarked on the boundary description phase, which begins with the board preparing a boundary description of the maintenance area and analyzing the uniformity of the flood protection benefit provided to the lands within it. Upon completion of the boundary description, the board holds a public hearing to establish the boundaries of the maintenance area, and those steps are circled in red, showing that is where we are at in this process. And at that public hearing, jumping down to the bottom of the screen, the board can adopt a resolution to create the maintenance area and could file it with the county's recorder's office, which is just down the hall. And DWR would take over the maintenance responsibility. The steps the board has taken within the boundary description phase began in October of 2024 with an informational briefing. Staff has been engaged with the affected landowners since March of 24 through coordination meetings leading up to that briefing and earlier this month ahead of this meeting. And I want to take this point to clear up any confusion anyone may have. This briefing is primarily and has the purpose of discussing these methods to develop the maintenance area boundary and not to formally adopt the maintenance area. And notices were sent to the community ahead of this meeting, initially stated the latter, but the scope of this item has since changed, and we apologize for any confusion or inconvenience that may have caused. So to begin the process and to develop a boundary description, staff reviewed the language in the Water Code, starting with section 12878.7, which provides clear direction on how to proceed. The board is required to prepare a description for each maintenance area. The term maintenance area forms the basis of staff's approach and in defining the scope of the issue, which is assisted by additional language in the code. In addition, board staff reviewed existing information and relevant records to determine the most appropriate approach as required under this section. Staff started with the definition of a maintenance area, which means lands that are benefited by the maintenance of a particular unit of a project. Board staff, we interpret this to mean who would be negatively affected if levee maintenance were not to occur. We also looked at what a unit means within a project, which is any portion designated as a unit by the board or DWR. And this pointed us to the DWR levee units identified on O&M maps and inspection reports such as the one shown in the excerpt on the right. And this made sense since DWR and the Army Corps inspect levee units to identify issues affecting levee integrity, such as inadequate maintenance or unauthorized encroachments. We looked at the definition of a project, and a unit being a portion of that. A project is any project that the state is required to maintain in accordance with federal regulations, for which assurances have been given that the state agrees to maintain the project. Staff reviewed the assurance letters provided to the Army Corps from the board on the Sacramento River Flood Control Project to determine how a unit of a project was viewed. The document on the right is one example of a letter accepting completed levee improvement work approximately 2 miles in length along the Yuba and Feather Rivers. The Army Corps and the board in communications on this work both refer to this segment of a levee system as a unit. Here it is Unit 667. This tells us that the Army Corps and the board have been defining units of a project as particular segments of the levee system since at least the mid-20th century. Staff also sought guidance from the Standard Operation and Maintenance Manual for the Sacramento River Flood Control Project. A section within it on the establishment of maintenance areas provides that when an LMA declares that it no longer desires to operate and maintain a particular unit of a project, then the board must form a maintenance area and DWR must maintain that particular unit. This tells us that when RD 784, RD 817 submitted their resolutions for those particular units in the Horseshoe Levee system, a maintenance area must be formed to allow DWR to maintain those particular units. In summary, these records support staff's approach to evaluate the effect of the lack of maintenance on levee integrity and flood protection, and to consider basing the formation of the maintenance area on the levee units identified by DWR and shown in the figure on the right. So with this background, staff tried to answer the question of what would happen if the levees in the system were not maintained sufficiently to provide the required flood protection. To illustrate our method, consider the levee below with a land side on the left and the water side on the right, 2-to-1 and 3-to-1 slopes. It is a maintained levee that can safely convey the congressionally authorized design flows specified in the O&M manual. For example, 40,000 cubic feet per second along the Bear River. The Army Corps requires at least 3 feet of freeboard as a factor of safety for uncertainties in the design and finished construction of the levee. And this freeboard allows some additional amount of flow in the channel up to the physical capacity as a result of those uncertainties. If the levee is not maintained, it will likely fail, and it can fail at any time, and would most likely fail if the water side is at channel physical capacity. But since the levees are designed to provide a specific level of flood protection against the authorized channel flows, the maintenance area should only include those lands that benefit from this level of protection. Levee failures from flows that encroach into the allowable freeboard can occur, but in those situations, the landowners protected by the levee should only be responsible for the level of protection authorized by the federal government and accepted by the state. So a maintenance area should be formed that simulates levee failure using the authorized design flow. With this breach analysis and quotations approach, staff developed a floodplain map that modeled various failures in the system shown by the X's in the figure on the right. The cumulative effects of each breach were compiled to form this map, which shows the worst case scenario if any parts in this system were to fail under the condition that the levees conveyed the authorized flow. The method generally follows the guidance from the Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA's structural-based inundation procedure to map areas and the land side of levees that are not accredited by the program. FEMA's procedure identifies the limits of the 1% annual chance flood that may result from potential levee failure, which is slightly different from our approach in that we did not use the 1% flood since the water surface elevations in the channel would not be the same as the elevation of the result that would result from the authorized flows. And it wouldn't be consistent with modeling who would benefit from levee maintenance in our approach. So this floodplain map would serve as the basis for developing the boundary description of the maintenance area for the board's consideration. Staff received and reviewed a report from the affected landowners that was authored by the consulting firm Schaefer Wheeler, which described another approach in forming a maintenance area. Essentially, it addressed the question of, but for flood control improvements in the region, who would be flooded during a 100-year storm event? The approach modified the current levee alignments and elevations that are shown in the system map on the left, with the exception of levees along the Yuba River in the north. The Feather River East levee was put back to its 1911 condition, as was the Bear River North levee. Whippick and local levees were removed. The Bear River South levee downstream of the Whippick and the Feather River West levees are retained. And the result is the map on the right showing the modified levee system in green. The model routed a 100-year storm through the modified system and compared it with existing conditions. The results show extensive flooding throughout Sutter County south of Highway 20 in the figure on the left, which is mostly alleviated in the existing conditions model in the figure on the right. The intent of this effort is to show that some of the lands within the Horseshoe Levee system were not flooded before RD 784 was established, and that levee improvements in the region reduced flooding downstream at the expense of lands within the Horseshoe. While this might be a worthwhile endeavor to capture the efforts of a century's worth of flood control projects in the region, it may not be appropriate for application in forming a maintenance area under Water Code Section 12878. Also, it's not clear if the affected landowners are proposing the map on the right as an alternative maintenance area to staff's approach, and if so, would it cover all of the areas where flooding is reduced in the existing condition, or would it focus on a more specific area? Here are focus maps from the model results showing the Horseshoe Levee system. The conclusion is that the cumulative effects over the last 100 plus years of levee improvements have caused flooding in the Horseshoe. And for reference, the red line is the RD 784 boundary, which runs through the Horseshoe system. Lands outside this boundary are not assessed by the district. If a maintenance area were formed based on this approach, then that would include areas that are west of our proposed approach that would be responsible for maintenance costs of the levees in the Horseshoe. Staff reviewed the Schaefer and Wheeler report, and through discussions with the affected landowners and consultants, arrived at these findings. We found that the approach does not set up a system to form a maintenance area that is consistent with the Water Code. There is no attempt to determine who would benefit from the lack of maintenance. The approach is inconsistent with methods of DWR and the Army Corps to develop lands protected by the particular units, and instead looks at floodplain mapping of the region as a whole. The but-for approach is a good hypothetical example that can be adjusted in different ways to fit the desired mapping intent and provides for the selection of alternative topographical and hydrological inputs, but it is not conducive to forming a maintenance area since it goes beyond the intent of the Water Code. And nothing so far confirms that Plumas Lakes benefits by the presence of the Horseshoe system. The analysis of the affected landowners claims that the water surface elevation along the Whippick West levee would drop if the Horseshoe was removed. And you can reference the figure on the right, which is a system map. And the Whippick levee, West levee, is the one that goes up and goes over to the left. The report does not provide more detail in reaching that conclusion other than it models a 200-year storm event with and without the horseshoe. It could be possible that at such an intense event, the horseshoe could take longer to drain, allowing it to act as temporary storage. However, the system was not designed to protect against the 200-year storm. The horseshoe system was designed to convey authorized flows out of the area and has trouble even providing flood protection for a 100-year storm. Nothing so far confirms that the Whippig West levee induces flooding in the horseshoe. Whippig West captures outflows from subwatersheds north of the horseshoe that would otherwise flood into Plumas lakes. It is possible that without the Whippig West levee, the water surface elevation against the Whippig East levee in the horseshoe would decrease as flood waters would pond west of Highway 70 before eventually discharging into the Bear River. Again, however, the horseshoe system was designed to convey those subwatershed outflows through the Whippig while protecting landowners in the horseshoe from harm. And finally, the landowners have had mixed feelings, mixed responses about when we asked them to provide a proposed maintenance area boundary for comparison against staff's approach. We have been told they have no intention of providing a boundary, and later have been told that RD 784 should provide a boundary using the landowner's method. So it's not clear to us whether the landowners are willing to collaborate on establishing the maintenance area and are more focused on demonstrating the lack of historical flooding in a horseshoe. So staff would like to resolve these issues and move forward together with the landowners towards agreeable and a reasonable conclusion of these proceedings. Staff reviewed other records such as the levee flood protection zone maps and the approach outlined in California Water Code sections 9110 to 9142. These maps show areas inundated if a levee were to fail at channel capacity. Orange areas shown in the figure exceed 3 feet in depth. Yellow areas are less than 3 feet. The LFPZ for the horseshoe is boxed in red in the figure on the right and shows the result of a breach along the levee units shown in black. Areas outside the horseshoe levee units are protected by other levees. The maps are prepared with the best available information and in coordination with the Army Corps using both state and federal data and models. And this is a good example of a breach analysis at channel capacity compared to staff's approach using authorized flows. The Army Corps National Levee Database is another source of information which shows the area protected from a channel capacity breach in the levee system. This is similar to the levee flood protection zone map and differs slightly to our approach, similar to how the LFPZ map approach differs. Right. The Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA, produces flood insurance rate maps, which show areas inundated by different flood events. This map, taken from the National Flood Hazard Layer Viewer, shows an area that is shaded in green and labeled as Zone A, which is a special flood hazard area determined to be inundated by a 100-year flood event. The area shaded in orange, labeled Zone X on the right, is another flood area inundated by a 500-year event or subject to a depth less than 1 foot for the 100-year event. And the other Zone X to the left is the area protected by accredited levees. And I should note that the horseshoe levee systems are not accredited under the FEMA program. This map relies on data from 2011 and does not show the levees in the horseshoe providing flood protection because they're not accredited. Otherwise, the area would be hatched as is in the Zone X on the left. In effect, it is showing what would happen in a 100-year flood if the levees did not exist. This is a similar approach to the landowners in that these certain levees can be taken out of the system when modeling the 100-year flood event. And this map shows that without the horseshoe levees, the lands within the horseshoe would flood. So Whether so a with or without approach of the horseshoe could be used to identify the maintenance area and would follow these types of contours. And the FEMA map and our approach match up pretty well, even though there are some differences in the development of each. Which is a good segue into the potential use of FEMA's Natural Valley procedure to map flood protection provided by non-accredited levees as an alternative to the structural-based inundation procedure. The Natural Valley method models the 100-year flood by removing the levees being analyzed so that the channel would spill unimpeded into the adjacent areas as depicted in the figure on the right. It is the simplest of the FEMA methods, requiring only minimal hydrologic and topographic information. It can also be viewed as consistent with a general breach analysis, since the levees would no longer block flows into the otherwise protected area. But use of it appears to be inconsistent with the water code in aligning authorized channel flows the resulting floodplain, instead relying on 100-year flood flows unadjusted to conform to the level of protection authorized for the project. Through complete staff's investigation, we looked into the 3 most recent examples of a maintenance area formation. In the early 2000s, MA-18 in San Luis Obispo County went through the process, but was never formed. It relied on a channel capacity breach analysis and developed a boundary by extending a floodplain from the levee crest elevation out to the adjacent lands. MA-17 in Lake County, formed in 2000, relied on a channel capacity breach analysis and formed a boundary that was overlain on assessor's maps and based on the percent each parcel that was inundated. And MA-16 in Sutter County was based on a channel capacity breach analysis as well. And the head of the DWR's Division of Flood Management pointed out during the hearing that the boundary covers the area that would be flooded if the levee failed. The results of staff's investigation to date, pursuant to Section 12.878.7, show support for the authorized flows approach in the breach analysis. The approach is consistent with the records shown here and discussed previously. Alternatives also show support for a general breach analysis or channel capacity breach analysis, as has been mentioned previously as well. The Natural Valley procedure can offer a pathway to conduct a quote but-for analysis for the horseshoe as a middle ground with the landowners as an alternative to the breach analysis. Despite this information in support of this effort, formation of the maintenance area can cause undesirable outcomes, such as a new financial responsibility for the landowners and potential litigation. And so we wanted to look for non-technical solutions. RD 784 could attempt another assessment or another community services district. Julia could improve a portion of the horseshoe so that it could pass on any revenue to RD 784 to offset any maintenance costs. The landowners still would have to pay in that situation. The landowners could themselves close the gap in maintaining the system and work together with the district, and the state could increase opportunities for grant funding by expanding the Flood Maintenance Assistance Program, or FMAP. Other alternatives would result in flooding in the area. The board could initiate deauthorization proceedings for the horseshoe through the Water Resources Reform and Development Act of 2014, with influence from local elected feeders to facilitate that effort. Non-governmental organizations such as the River Partners or the Nature Conservancy could purchase a conservation easement to allow the area to flood while compensating the landowners. The board could acquire a flowage easement on behalf of the SSJDD. That is expensive and still allows the area to flood. Finally, while not advisable, the court could abandon the MA formation process and face whatever ramifications would occur on that decision. And to date, there has been no mutual preference for moving forward with this in an agreeable manner. But what staff would like to do next is to incorporate the comments from this meeting into the boundary description investigation. If the board has any specific direction as it considers all the information from today and considers it thoughtfully, as the board always does, we would like to see if we can get any specific direction or any kind of request for information, and then we will respond appropriately. We want to continue coordinating with the landowners to agree on a reasonable path forward, but we want to foresee some type of action approving. We would prefer approving the breach analysis method that was presented in this presentation, and to adopt the boundaries at some time in the near future, and so that we can move along in the process in the figure on the figure on the page from red to green, from left to right. So I would like for the board to, as I said, hold any questions for the discussion once all the presentations have been delivered. I can then take the lead and help direct the question and answer portion of this item. I want to thank you for your time in considering this MA formation process. And at this time, I'll conclude my presentation, and I'm going to invite Patrick Maher of RD 784 talk about the efforts specific to RD 784. And I think there's going to be a little bit of fixing presentations, switching around. So as we do that, I'll just invite Patrick up to the here. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mike. Good morning, President Dolan, members of the board. My name is Patrick Marr. I'm the General Manager for Reclamation District 784. And I thank you for this opportunity to present our presentation on our efforts to address the funding shortfall over the years for operations and maintenance, as well as showcasing the efforts that have continued over the years as we move through this process. So again, this is the Horseshoe, Beslew, and Dry Creek Horseshoe Levee. RD 784 is currently responsible for approximately 5.93 miles of rural levee. The area here is shown on the map within the red circle here, is comprised of levee units 3B, 5, and 6. So let's talk about the Horseshoe levee costs. The district adopted an assessment in 1998 that allowed it to assess lands within its boundaries to fund the operation and maintenance expenses of the district. The assessment formula adopted in 1998 only authorized a collection of approximately $4,000 annually from the lands within the Horseshoe area and within the district's jurisdiction. In 2014, the cost to operate, maintain, repair, and replace and rehabilitate the Horseshoe levee system was estimated at well over $100,000 per year. From 2020 to 2024, the district acquired $2.4 million in grant funding from state, FMAP, and other local sources for an average of $480,000 a year, which was spent on operations and maintenance, pipe replacements, patrol road rehabilitations, and other projects for the Horseshoe levee. And now I have a timeline of efforts to address the operations and maintenance shortfall. In 2014, there was the effort to establish a new community facilities district to fund the operations and maintenance for the Horseshoe levee, which failed. And to elaborate on that effort, RD 784 hired a consultant who sent out flood control petitions with a couple of scenarios that the landowners had the opportunity to vote on. The caveat is unless we received 100% support from all landowners, the process had to just discontinued. So that effort failed. Between 2016 and 2019 was the effort to correct and modify district boundaries and then adopt a new Proposition 218 compliant assessment. Was initially successful but then failed. Yuba LAFCO was sued, so the newly annexed Horseshoe area was removed from within the district's boundaries. The district had to adopt a new assessment without the complete Horseshoe area. This effort eliminated the RD 74 annual rural horseshoe levy revenue source due to litigation. So that moved us into September of 2019. The RD 74 Board of Trustees adopted Resolution 2019-0901 to declare that the district no longer desires to operate and maintain the horseshoe levy. In October of 2020, there was a meeting with landowners, staff from the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, and state legislators to discuss possible solutions that would resolve the lack of funding. And from October 2020 to July 2021, the horseshoe landowners did not offer any funding solutions to RD 784. So that brought us to November of 2021. The RD 784 Board of Trustees approved the DWR Statement of Necessary Work to form a state maintenance area. So the map you see before you is the area in blue, which was annexed and then had to be removed due to the litigation. And moving along to January of 2022, RD 784 met with the horseshoe landowners, Central Valley Flood Protection Board staff, and state legislators once again to discuss possible funding solutions. And then from February to April 2022, the district provided horseshoe landowners an opportunity to submit a proposal to show how long-term operations and maintenance could be achieved. Further discussions with the board occurred, but no funding solutions were ever provided. So by May 2022, the RD 74 Board of Trustees reaffirmed its decision previously made in September of 2019 that the district no longer desires to operate and maintain the horseshoe levy. From August to September 2022, a second revised DWR Statement of Necessary Work was approved by the RD 784 Board. Subsequently, the Statement of Necessary Work was adopted by the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. From November 2022 to September of 2023, RD 817 joined the state maintenance area formation process. And that brought us to June of 2024. The Central Valley Flood Protection Board adopted the amended Statement of Necessary Work, which included RD 74 and RD 817. So this next slide is to show you the efforts that have continued regardless of this entire process that has been continuing for years now. Operations and maintenance efforts continue largely due to DWR FMAP funding. This has included pipe replacements, patrol road and ramp rehabilitations, vegetation management, rodent control, and levee patrol. The photo there on the left there is a patrol road rehabilitation that just occurred last fall and was finished up in December. That was thanks to FMAP funding. And then the photo on the right, that is a pipe replacement that occurred a few years ago in Unit 3B. Out of 11 pipes that we've been focusing on out there, that is one of 5 that we've replaced so far. And I also want to credit Yuba Water Agency for providing funding for the pipe you see in the photo here. These are those 11 pipes we've been focusing on. Not only have we replaced those 5 pipes, but we do have 6 more on the books to replace this summer. We have funding secured through that, through Yuba Water Agency. And we also have authorization from the Central Valley Flood Protection Board to proceed. In addition to replacing the remainder of these pipes, RD 784 has always continued to check these flat gates on the water side prior to storms, afterwards to ensure that debris has been cleared. So for my last slide here, I just want to summarize and reiterate that our efforts to fund the operations and maintenance of the horseshoe levee have been unsuccessful. Efforts to form a new community facilities district were unsuccessful. Efforts to correct boundaries and adopt a new assessment were unsuccessful. And it's the district's board's desire to return the horseshoe levy system back to the state. And I really want to focus on my last bullet here. DWR FMAP funding will not be awarded this year. I just learned that a few weeks ago. So the district will be forced to stop performing O&M out there. Now, this situation has been serious for the past several years, but it's really serious now because for the first time ever, we have absolutely zero funding sources for operating and maintaining the horseshoe levy. Regardless of the situation here, I continue to reach out to other possible sources. I'm always keeping my ears open to see if there's anything else that could possibly fund this operations and maintenance while we're waiting for this state maintenance area to be formed. The Yuba Water Agency does not fund operations and maintenance, only capital improvements. I've reached out to other sources. I learned last week at the Central Valley Flood Control Association that there might be possible Prop 4 grant funding available through SAC Metro Chamber. Looked into that. Turns out that they will not fund O&M efforts. Also reached out to the Yuba Sutter Economic Development Corporation to ask if they knew of any leads, any type of grant sources that would fund O&M, and none of these efforts have materialized into anything. So with that, this last picture on the right here, that's a picture of our crew back in October 2024. After the sheep and goats finished grazing, they were out there finishing up the last bit of work there. Again, all of that funded by FMAP funding. And that's where we're at. And with that, I would like to conclude my presentation and invite Tom Engler from RD 718 to come up. Thank you.
President Dolan, members of the board, Tom Engler, MBK Engineers here this time on behalf of Reclamation District 817, who I am also the district engineer for. Just a couple things to point out. I don't have a presentation today. I apologize. 817 manages the upstream 1.3 miles roughly of levee in the horseshoe area. That section of levee originally included 5 pipes. We were able to remove one of those. We've replaced one of those, lined 2 more. The one remaining, we had funding to get design and in permitting. We lost our funding in the middle of the 408 process. Fortunately, DWR through the DMP program is now working with us to get us a funding agreement to finish that permit and replace that pipe. Beyond that, we have also secured FMAP funding, kept up with our maintenance there, done a lot of good work, a lot of vegetation clearing. FSRP helped us fund some gravel repairs. So our levee's in really good shape. The one minor difference between 817 and 784 is we do still collect general county ad valorem taxes, which means when property owners pay taxes to the county, certain properties, then we get a small percentage of those county property taxes. So we collect a couple $1,000s a year, and we'll use that money to continue just the very basic maintenance, mowing, spraying the levees, taking care of any rodent problems. The only reason that 817 ever got into this conversation is because it doesn't make sense for there to be 2 districts in the Horseshoe Basin. So if somebody's going to maintain this levee, it should be one maintaining area. 817 does not have the authority to collect taxes from anybody outside of 817. So we only collect property taxes from a couple hundred acres in the Horseshoe. So it would make sense for another district, whether it's a state maintenance area, 784, or a brand new district to maintain the whole levee. So that's kind of where we're at. I'd be happy to answer any questions if anybody has any, but I think we're going to hold those for some more presentations. Thank you.
Don't leave. We'll have some more presentations, and then Mr. Zalazo is bravely going to handle the questions part.
Good afternoon, President Dolan, members of the board. My name is Brian Manning from the Desmond Law Firm, and I am here on behalf of Michael and Patricia Rue, property owners within the Horseshoe area. And I thank you for allowing us this opportunity to continue with providing you with information on this issue. The last time we spoke in October, I went over an in-depth history of the Sacramento River Flood Control Project and how we got here from that perspective. Today, I'm going to give a quick refresher on that so that we can all kind of be on the same page as we move forward. But I want to jump ahead a little bit to the 2000s of how did we get to this place where there's this concept that there's a horseshoe system, that there are, quote, two separate systems. That's what you heard in the first presentation from Mr. Zalazo. That's a fallacy. There are not two separate systems. There are two separate systems because one part of Unit 145 of the Sacramento River Flood Control Project was updated to provide 200-year level of protection for property owners down gradient from this area. This area was left out of that process, and we'll explain how that process went. But there are not two separate systems. And I think that's a foundational disconnect that we have, that there's somehow been this two-system process all along. For 100 years, it was one single unit. It was built by the Army Corps of Engineers as a single unit. It is Unit 145. So I think that that's an important foundational aspect that we all have to kind of understand, and that's the aspect of why the property owners are so adamant about not having to pay for a burden that has been imposed upon them. So I do want to just mention a couple things from the staff report that I think need to be corrected and highlighted. So again, this idea that there's a horseshoe system, it's not the horseshoe system, it is part of the Western Pacific Interceptor Channel. And the reason why this exists, why the east bank of the Interceptor Channel exists, is because it would divert floodwaters onto upgradient property. That's why it was built. It wasn't built because there's natural floodwaters that occur in the entirety of the horseshoe area. That idea that there's a horseshoe system is just made up. So again, I want to go back, and there's talk about this history of what's gone on from 2014 to present, and that there's been litigation and that we're not cooperative. I want to dispel that right away. Yes, there was litigation because 784 tried to annex in property that it could not show was benefited by the horseshoe levy. The court said that. And there's recognition in the staff report that that's what the court recognized. The court ordered 784 to show that the area was subject to historic flooding and was protected by the levee system. That's what the court ordered. That's been our position. The court agrees with us. And it's not making this up. So I think that's important to understand. And there's just this assumption without proof that there's a shortfall in assessing properties that benefit from this flood protection. There's no proof of that. That's what the court said. And there still exists no proof. The breach analysis is what 784 had. The court said, nope, that doesn't work. But they're still going back to that position. That's what they want you to do. They want you to do the same thing that 784 did and got thrown out of court for it. That's not what you should be doing. You should be looking at it from a different perspective. And I think that perspective is looking back at the history. And so as we look to that history, it's kind of hard. Well, it's brighter up there. That's good. So just a quick refresher of where we were. This is the USGS historical map from 1900 to 1910. And you can see there's a little star in the kind of the middle bottom part of that. That's where the horseshoe levee is. You can see the square grids up on the left-hand corner. That's Marysville. So this area that's the basis. And so the next slide, I think, shows the topography and hydrology of the area. This is a closer in zoom by that star. And what we're seeing are the natural waters that flow from the Sierras down into Plumas Lake. That's the historical aspect. That's the foundation upon which we base our analysis. And I think that that's where that disconnect comes from. We're basing our analysis on what the history is, as the court aptly said, is required. The analysis of the breach analysis is today's modern man-made conditions. And so when you look at those historical conditions, I think it's important that you'll be able to see that those waters that you see right here, the natural waters, this is again from 1900 to 1910, those waters plus waters to the north, this is the catchment. And it's actually been updated, but there's a catchment. All of the waters that you see in these colors, that's what flows into the WPIC. All of those waters are redirected from flowing into Plumas Lake and down into the bottom of the bathtub by the Bear River and where the Feather River and Bear River meet. All of those waters are redirected into the WPIC. The WPIC is not a natural feature. It's man-made. And so I think the question that has to be asked from a policy standpoint, because it's correct and the staff report says it, there is no set methodology that you have to adopt. This is a policy decision that you folks are making. The engineering can come, but the policy decision has to be made on how do you proceed. And so the question is, I think, would any portion of my client's properties have been flooded, and to what degree, if the WPIC did not divert natural waters? That's the issue. If no part of it or some parts of it did not flood, you shouldn't have to pay to keep it from flooding because it's a burden that's placed on him. And I think I'm going to the Natomas because the hydrology of the Natomas is extremely similar to the hydrology of the Plumas Lake area. They're both the low-lying lands. And you'll see on the left-hand side, this is straight from the City of Sacramento's website about flood protection. And it says, ultimate flood depths assumes no levees. The city has analyzed it that way, and it shows the levels of flooding if there were no levees. This isn't some new concept that we're making up. These are foundational principles that the City of Sacramento at least has recognized as part of its analysis. The courts have recognized as the necessary analysis when you're dealing with upgradient properties. On the right-hand side, you'll see now those lands protected by the by the Natomas Basin levees. And on the right-hand side, you'll see the water that backs up and you can see those waters that kind of go back up the hill. That's important because that's exactly what we have here. There's water that would back up into the horseshoe area and areas north to protect those lower lying lands in the basin. There's no horseshoe basin. Again, that's a made up term. There's a horseshoe basin because there's levees there that stop the water from flowing down gradient. So the reason why this is important is because what happened in 86, 97 was waters backed up in the Strawberry Manor area, which is kind of where it says Nemdeck and Dry Creek. That's that area. Waters backed up there and flooded properties. And the state was sued in inverse condemnation. And the court said, when you back up water onto properties that were historically not subject to flooding, there's been a taking because it's not natural. So that's why we look to the natural conditions. And now you look to this Yuba Plumas Lake hydrology. You see the same thing. You see Plumas Lake has inundated with significant water. Well, levees were built to stop that. And that results in water backing up to where it never existed before. And now the question is, are you going to force those owners whose properties were not subject to flooding or were subject to a flooding to a less degree, are you going to force them to pay for that? So that those folks in the Plumas Lake can continue to go on and provide significant tax revenue, significant benefit to themselves. And so that's where I want to jump to the present. And how did this happen? And I'm going to take the words right from the executive director of Three Rivers Levee Improvement Authority. He wrote an article entitled "Protecting the Community, a Joint Powers Agency Delivers a New Level of Safety." And so this was a policy decision that was made by Trillia. It was made by this board, past board, to allow this work to go on so that there could be protection of the urban areas, so that work commenced on infrastructure and home construction to meet growing real estate market demands. Plumas Lake started developing as Sacramento suburbanized. Plumas Lake started developing more. And then there were the reports about the inherent risks of the levees. And so work kind of stopped as that report was released. But what happened was a, quote, unique partnership followed between the existing community and the developers who wanted to protect their investment and ensure future development potential. So the developers who had all this money invested in Plumas Lake to build houses decided that they were going to front load the costs of the new levees. And so residential development proceeded in Plumas Lake. As a result of that, there was a decision that every single linear foot of 784's levees, unit 145, every linear foot was going to be improved except for the Horseshoe area because there was no development there. So there was a decision that developers were going to front load these costs and that it was, quote, critical for future development of the local community that they proceed with these levee improvements all around the area, except for the Horseshoe. That's how we get here. Because there was a decision between developers, the county, Trillia, and other agencies that said, we're going to build levees that protect this area so that more houses can go in and, tax revenues and tax bases can go up. Developers can make their money, which that's fine. There's a policy decision made. But the people of the Horseshoe, the rural folks, they were left out. That was the decision that was made. And now we're here today because the folks that were left out are now being asked to pay for that protection that's provided down gradient So I just have this slide up here because I think it shows the houses. You can see them kind of faintly over there on the left. And one of the things that we talked about when in these engineering discussions was, well, kind of this default is every area downstream is impacted by what happens upstream. And this is this engineering idea, you know, water flows downhill. So there was a discussion just last week about that. But it's the opposite of how the analysis should go. When the downstream impacts upstream, that's a problem. That's the issue that has to be solved. And so when there's a discussion about, well, who would be injured or damaged if these levees weren't maintained? That's how they're looking at it, why they're doing the breach analysis. The real question is, why would they be damaged? Yeah, if you punch a hole in the bathtub, they're going to be damaged. But why? Why is that water there? It's not natural. And when it's not natural, that's where the courts have said you can't charge people for that. And so I wish I had that FEMA firm map. It's on page 26 of Mr. Zalazzo's report, because I think it shows it better than anything I could ever show. You have the Plumas Lake completely surrounded by blue. And then there's Plumas Lake. That's got zone X. And so but this is as good as I had at this point, but what you see is, again, water backing up. And there was a statement that, well, this analysis that we're providing may not be appropriate for a maintenance area. Well, the law says it is. You have to find a solution that is not burdensome on those upgradient owners, because as the court has said, it is antithetical to the precepts of the Constitution to allow the government affirmatively to burden private property not historically subject to flooding in order to save other property from flooding and expect the damaged property owner to absorb the loss. That's what you're asking them to do. The reason why the horseshoe levee exists is because it takes that entire catchment and diverts it down a man-made channel so that land's lower lying can be protected and houses can be built, and yes, lives can be protected, but that's the policy decision that was made, and we need to find a policy decision that doesn't unduly burden the owners. And that's why we're here. So we thank you again for your time and your consideration of this. I know it's a lot, but it is a unique situation that I don't think the past examples share in common. So I do appreciate that, and I appreciate staff's willingness to engage, although there'll be other discussion about how that's gone, but I'm happy to answer any questions after this last part of the presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Zalazzo? Or I guess next up is Mr. Nevis.
Hello, hello, everyone. My name is Stuart Hanson. I'm one of the landowners in the quote unquote horseshoe area. I'm a part owner of Shady Oaks Ranch, speaking on behalf of my partners and also speaking on behalf of David and Becky Gibb, who own a cattle ranch next to our property. Bear with me a little bit, if you will. It's allergy season. I'm a little allergied out here. I got to say, after watching Mr. Marr's presentation, the slides from 784, I kind of feel like I had to take myself outside and beat myself up. Feel kind of like a bad person. We're not bad people, And we tried for many years to stay in 784 and to cooperate and to find a resolution to this. The slides that you saw, in my opinion, they don't present the full story. And what they do present, some of it isn't objective. Let's put it that way. We are very grateful to 784 and Mr. Marr for replacing those through levee drainage pipes. Those are enormously expensive things to replace. And, you know, you could make the argument that those pipes are deferred maintenance and should have been done a long time ago. So it's really nice that they're being done now. I think the water code requires a relinquishing local agency to do that kind of work. So I'm really glad that 784 found the funding, largely through Yuba Water and some other sources. But I have to say this, if we had not objected and allowed the MA formation to just charge right ahead and 784 be let off the hook and abandon the levee, I think those pipe replacements would now be an expense of the maintenance area and they'd be paid for by us, which again, the pipes have been there for decades. I don't think that's appropriate. So I'm glad it's being done. I'm glad it's being done with some capital funding sources, and I appreciate that from 784. This is the first time I've seen those slides from Mr. Zalazo and his team. I wish we'd seen them before. It would have given us a chance to sit down with the staff and you know, talk about where we differ on some of what those slides show. Because again, I don't think the presentation is entirely objective. We never ever said we don't want to pay anything. What we said is we are part, the Horseshoe Levee is part of an integrated district, a system. The WPIC is a flood diversion system, and carving us out and now telling us after 70 plus years of it being treated as an integrated system, hey, you're on your own, that levee's all your problem. That's what we objected to. I'm glad he showed the cover page from that Army Corps manual, because if you look at the Army Corps manual for Unit 145, which includes the Horseshoe Levee, you'll see that it says, and I have copies in the package. And by the way, I apologize for a handout. I'm not a techie person. I love to do slides, but the good news is we won't have any slide glitches because I give it to you on paper. So anyway, and I also want to say thank you, President Dolan, for working with our attorneys to turn this from an action to an information item, which I think is really what it needs to be at this point. Any kind of vote would have been wrong. And I very much appreciate your board counsel's efforts too, Mr. Duajit. So thank you.
It's the second that you should thank the attorney.
Well, yeah, no, I fully appreciate him. Our attorneys leaned on him pretty hard, and I think legitimately so, but he did try to make this, and he got it to come out the right way. So thanks very much for that. I should have said that at the beginning. In any event, so that 145, Unit 145 Army O&M manual, and there's a copy of the 2019 update to that manual. It specifically says there that Unit 145 consists of both levees of the WPIC. They call it the WPRR or something. But even the Army, who built the thing, recognizes it takes both levees to have a flood diversion system that doesn't, you know, just spill out on someone else's property. So that's a foundational issue that we're trying to work through here is, what is the Horseshoe Levee? Mr. Manning did a very good job, I think, of explaining where we're coming from. You can't build a channel to redirect floodwater and only put a levee on one side, because then you're just spilling the water out onto someone else. And clearly the law is that's not right. That's inverse condemnation or whatever it is, and the state would be liable for damages. The other key thing that's a foundational difference, and again, Mr. Manning touched on it, is there's no mention in staff's report anywhere of where the water in the WPIC comes from. It's not Arroyo Creek water that I presume is a natural creek, and so God put the water there. It's not Clear Lake, and it's not the Feather River. That water in the WPIC is water that otherwise would have flooded a lot of other people. And I'm glad that it doesn't flood those other people. But what the law says and what fairness says and what public policy says is if you're going to take water away from other people and protect them, which you should do, God bless you all for doing it, you don't then, and send it down towards our property, you don't then turn to me and say, well, you have to pay for the levee that keeps other people's water from flooding you. That just doesn't seem right to me. So I don't know if I want to go through. I've given you all, I have 3 pages of kind of bullet point comments here, but I don't want to belabor everything. I hope you read through it. The bottom line is we were in RD 784 for over 70 years, a long time. And we paid, listen to this, $4 an acre in assessments. I mean, that's, you know, that's a low amount. And that was determined by that 1998 engineer's report that was referred to. That 1998 report, which was done by, you know, through a complex engineering process, determining who benefits, who pays costs, how much do they benefit, how much should they pay, said the agricultural properties have a very low benefit factor. You can flood a rice farm. It's much, you know, flooding a house is a lot worse, okay? So a house would have a 1.0, say, and we would have a whatever, 2.0 or whatever it was. And so as a result of that 98 engineers report, they determined that our share of the overall 784 assessment, again, it was an integrated system. The engineer didn't say, hey, the horseshoe levy is a separate thing. It's part of the WPIC. It's part of the whole 784 system. Our share was $4 an acre per year. There was no provision in that assessment for inflation increases, which there should have been. You know, they just didn't think about it or whatever. But we've never said we should pay nothing. We've always said we should pay our fair share, and we've always said that the horseshoe levy is part of a system, 784 system, and for 70 years we paid our share. There are a lot of other people benefited by that system. Mr. Manning's done a good job of showing it here. That water historically flowed to the Feather River. That's why they call Plumas Lake a lake. It was a natural lake. It was a giant swamp. Ms. Griego, you know that. You grew up in the area. I grew up in Yuba City. I didn't go frogging in Plumas Lake, but you know, we went down there, and I mean, I kind of knew the area before it developed, and I'm glad it developed. It's a great thing for Yuba County. But again, this is a system-wide component, the horseshoe levy. It's a component of the WPIC. The WPIC is a component of the overall system, and a lot of other people are protected. So all we have said is, look, your maintenance area can't be limited just to the farmers. I didn't get to the good part. So we paid $4 an acre per year. We were told 784 would suddenly one day said, hey, you know what? That levy's yours. It only protects you folks, and you guys got to pay for it. And we said, well, What are we talking about? Well, could be $199 an acre per year. So we'd go from 4 to 199. That's some big math, but that's an enormous, right, increase. And quite honestly, there's no way the farms can support that kind of cost per acre just for levee maintenance. So we said, well, 784, why are we a separate levee system? And they said, well, because that levee protects only you. And we said, well, wait a minute, it's part of the WPIC. And they said, nope, protects only you. I mean, there was never any reasoning given for it. It was just, hey, guess what? Everything else we have is urban levy, and yeah, you know, it's all wonderful, and I totally support what they've done. what Trillia's done. You guys are the only rural levy and, you know, you're off on your own. And so that's how we got to where we are today. It just came out of blue. No real rationale was ever given to us for it. The reason that the assessment district, or I think they called it a community facilities district, and I think it was 2015, 14, that these folks mentioned, the reason that was voted down by the landowners is because it was based upon this same fiction that that horseshoe levy only benefits you folks, and therefore only you folks, you few farmers, are going to be in this CFD. And only you folks are going to have to pay the costs of the CFD maintaining that levy. So again, it isn't that we said, nope, we're not doing it, you know. It's that we said, wait a minute, this is proceeding based upon what we think is a fiction, okay? We got to get back to the integrated part of an overall system type approach. I'm just about done. I just want to close with, again, we tried to stay in 784. We didn't want to become a state maintenance area. And in our last ditch effort to be part of 784, we were denied at a board meeting. And I'll never forget this. 784's council, Jesse Barton, said to us, you guys will be much better off as part of a state maintenance area because they can assess a lot broader area, a lot more properties than 784 can assess. So that's where we are today is, my gosh, let's look at this on a system-wide deal, look, and let's figure out who benefits. It's not just the farm properties. In fact, these are pictures of our package. And I know I'm jumping around a little bit, but the horseshoe levee backs water up onto us. It makes flooding on our property worse and longer lasting than what it would be without the horseshoe levee. Well, without the W-pick, because it would keep going to the feather. It would keep going that direction. So in the package is a copy of MBK Engineers technical memorandum, I think they call it, that they prepared for 784. And they very clearly say, MBK very clearly says, the levees in the horseshoe area create a bathtub effect and the water ponds and it can't go anywhere. So this is what happens when the W-pick is full and the water's ponding against our property. The drainage pipes that go through the levee are gravity fed, so they're blocked off by the water in the W-pick. So we become an inland lake, and that is a burden. And nowhere in staff's analysis is that burden considered. I mean, we become a detention basin, which I think helps the W-pick. We've talked, you've heard about the freeboard issue, which is an engineering thing, but we become a holding tank. And all that floodwater sits on our property for a prolonged period of time in the bathtub, and it doesn't flow on down into the system and threaten other levees and other properties. But staff's approach, using the breach analysis, you know, doesn't consider that burden at all. So I just think that the breach analysis is, for all the reasons, is completely inappropriate. It's very myopic. The solution to this, as I mentioned to Mr. Wright earlier, Michael Wright, is, look, we sympathize with staff. This is a tough thing, right? This is not something they do every day. The code provides a solution. The code clearly says the costs of forming the district are to be paid by the relinquishing local agency, 784. One of the costs of forming this district is doing the difficult engineering to figure out who's protected by the system, the W-pick system. It's not just the farmers, it's a lot of other people. Engineers do this all the time for Prop 218 studies. It's not undoable. It's just something that this poor staff isn't used to doing. And I have been asking the question since Darren Swen was here. Darren, the code tells you how you solve the problem. He says, we don't have the money. I said, Darren, the code's got the answer. As a condition of 784 being relieved of its agreement to maintain this levy, you tell them you got to pay for the engineering to figure out who benefits, and then we can figure out who to assess. And again, it's sorry for the frustration, but I've asked this question dozens and dozens of times, it seems. I've written this board about it, in fact, going back 3 or 4 years. That's the answer. You know, not the breach analysis. That's not the answer. It's not legally correct, nor is it policy-wise, correct policy-wise. It's not fair. The answer is to hire somebody, an engineering firm that has experience in this area, let them figure it out, and let them create the benefit map or the area of benefit, if you will. That's their job. The staff asked us, well, why don't you guys create that? And we said, man, we're not competent to do that. The Shaft and Wheeler, that's not something they typically would do. And really, it's not the landowner's obligation under the code. We didn't say, no, we're not doing that. We said we're not competent. And the code gives you the path, the solution here. You go hire an engineering firm that knows how to do this. 784 has to pay the cost. Its code says it right there. It's a cost of formation. So anyway, yes, I thank you very much. And please, if you have a chance, review the materials. I tried to keep my bullet points to 3 pages. Yes, thank you. You want me to go through it? Would it help? Okay, I didn't think so. All right, appreciate the time. Thank you.
Not today, but we just received it this morning, but this is a board that does its homework.
Okay. I'm sorry for giving it to you printed, but again, I'd love to learn how to do slides and stuff, but you don't run out of batteries.
Mike Salazzo, board staff, Michael Wright's our chief engineer. Madam President, I just wanted to inform you that we have one final listed speaker, which is Ralph Nevis, who is available virtually. I would ask, we do have a request from council from RD 784 to respond to some of the comments that Mr. Barton would be called upon after the next presentation to make a few remarks before we open it up for questions and answers.
Mr. Nevis, yeah, I'm sorry that I said Mr. Nevis because I was looking there and bypassed Mr. Hanson. So Mr. Nevis is going to make comments online.
Oh, well, Mr. Nevis is going to give a oral remarks online as our final listed speaker.
Okay.
And then after that is completed, we would request for the board to call on counsel for RD 784, Jesse Barton, to respond to some of the remarks made today as our before we embark on the Q&A portion of this item.
Okay, I understand. I'm just hoping that there's not someone else that wants to respond on him and then someone else who responds on the response.
That's, yeah, we're just requesting if you
So
consider
we're going
that.
to count on you to sort of corral that.
Okay.
Okay. So Mr. Nevis, oral remarks through the.
Yes, it's Ralph Nevis. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Very well. Good day, President Dolan, members of the board and staff. As you know, I represent Shady Oaks Ranch, and I represent David and Becky Gibb. They're landowners near the Horseshoe Levee. When we were last before you on this proposed MA, it was back in October 25 of last year. Then I explained that the state and federal law and fundamental fairness dictate that a few individuals should not bear the disproportionate burden of a public facility that provides benefits to the community at large. And that idea of fairness that I talked about then, it extends both to the substance of how this proposed MA boundary is set, but it also extends to the procedures used to get to that fair result. On that score, on the procedural path toward where we are today, your staff has fallen short. At that October 25 meeting, the board asked many questions, and we did our best to provide good answers. It was a positive workshop. In the end, the board shared its expectation that there would be some further effort by staff to engage with my clients and Mr. Manning's clients and consider the information we provided at the October meeting. But we didn't hear from staff after the October meeting about the information we shared, the views we expressed, and how to set the proper boundary. We didn't hear anything from them about the questions and concerns raised by this board at that October meeting. There was no outreach and there was no engagement at all. We heard nothing until March 5th, when we were told staff would ask you to set the boundary of this MA at this meeting. Between March 5th and today, we were able to both move today's item from an action item, and we were also able to have one meeting of about an hour on the 19th with board staff, board counsel, our clients, and Mr. Manning. At that March 19th meeting, we had what we thought was a really positive discussion of the issues, and it was the kind of engagement that we had hoped to have in the days shortly after the October meeting, but we didn't. But you know what? A single meeting of about an hour, a few days before an item like this comes before you, that's simply not enough. Today's staff presentation was advocacy, and it's clear that the result they seek is preordained. All that happened behind the scenes and without our input led to what we heard today from staff, and none of it was, as to none of it were we allowed to provide input. The idea, the engineering that needs to be done, as Mr. Hansen just told you, should be done by the state, not by my clients, and should be funded by the local agency. So all that's in the past. We're glad we're here today for an information item, and we look forward to further engagement with staff to fully explore the best way for the state to form this maintenance area, but protecting the vital interests of the landowners. So we request that the board direct staff to engage with us to determine who is truly benefited from the proposed maintenance area, and to do that with an eye toward fairness instead of advocacy for their preferred approach. Finally, so that's my request on behalf of my clients today. I echo the statements that Mr. Manning and Mr. Hansen made. And finally, I request that my letter of March 21st to the executive officer and co-signed by Mr. Manning be included in the record of today's meeting. That's all I have for you today, and I thank you for the opportunity.
I just confirmed with our executive officer that that letter you referred to is on record.
Very well.
Okay. Mr. Salazzo.
Mike Salazzo, board staff. Just following up on my request regarding short 2 to 3 minute remarks from counsel for RE-74. Okay. If that's okay.
It is short. Is this person present or is this another audio?
It'll be audio, virtual.
Okay. Who is it? What's the name?
Barton, Jesse
Oh,
Barton,
right.
B-A-R-T-O-N.
You said that. I wrote it down. Okay. Mr. Barton?
Yes, it's this is Mr. Barton. Is this can you everybody hear me well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. My name is Jesse Barton. I am District Counsel for Reclamation District 784. And yes, I will try to keep my comments within 2 to 3 minutes. It's very hard to do so after about 45 minutes of misinformation, but I will do the best I can to hit on the high points that I wanted to respond to. There has been some talk most recently by Mr. Hansen and Mr. Nevis that my client should be obligated or is legally obligated to pay the costs for a study to come up with a different method of distributing benefit for these levies. The Water Code does not provide that. The Water Code is very clear that the cost of work is limited to the cost, the estimated cost of operation and maintenance of the facility. It has nothing to do with the cost of the formation. And then another comment I would like to make is that, there's been, Mr. Manning made a point that perhaps the district should be obligated to make these pay for the operation and maintenance, or Mr. Hansen made these comments. My client, Mr. Marr, made it very clear that as of right now, Reclamation District 784 has no method funding operation and maintenance out on that levee. And the district will not be doing that this year. I will I have unanimous board support that the district will not be performing O&M, and so those levies will go into a state of degradation from this point forward. There is no local project cooperation agreement between my client and the state for the operation and maintenance of the Horseshoe Levee. And we hoped it wouldn't come to this, but at this point, we're just going to draw a line in the sand and say, we are not going to O&M that levee. This process has been dragging on now for 6 years, and we are out of money, we're out of state money to perform the O&M. And so we have no choice but to relinquish it back to the state. And we really hope that this process can be concluded within the next couple of months. Thank you very much for your time.
You're welcome and thank you. Now what?
Mike Salazzo, board staff. At this time, I believe we've concluded all the presentations for this item, and that opens it up to the question and answer portion. I would like for the board to, if they know the specific person or presentation that they want to address their question to, please identify that person and we can bring it person up to the microphone. If you are not sure, I can try to answer it and redirect it to the appropriate personnel.
Okay.
And if there are from our presenters, if there are presenters who want to add on or expound upon a person's comments, we can line up, and if they want to add further information in response to the board's comments, just so that you get the information, the board gets the information that it needs. And that concludes my remarks.
Okay, don't go too far. It would be appropriate now for the board to make comments or questions. So I'm going to start to my right, and I will call upon each of them for in order for what they wish to ask or say.
Thank you.
Member Grego.
I just want to kind of set the stage here because I think for the record, it needs to be said that this, where I'm sitting at today, was my work home for 16 years. And the reason why I ran for the Board of Supervisor was because of flood protection. Not only was our business and my family home, but my friends and family, neighbors were all affected by the 2 floods within 11 years. And so it sparked me to join the local government to find a way to resolve these issues of flood control. So I'm the reason why Three Rivers was created. I was the chairman of Three Rivers. And so what I say today is a perspective from my position as a Board of Supervisors and for the chairman of Three Rivers. You know, Plumas Lake was a lake at one time, but then there was a state and federal investment that was made in the South County. And I believe that part of the reason why the WPIC was developed was to protect those infrastructure developments such as Highway 70 and the railroad. The Highway 70 is a major corridor to the north. And so I see that, WPIC was there for protecting those investments that were made by taxpayers. So when we look at Three Rivers and all the work that they did in order to protect the South County, there was a question before the Board of Supervisors, and that question was, do we, knowing what we know today, do we stop development and go in court? And so these entitlements were given in the 90s. The FEMA maps showed that there was the ability to develop in that area. Of course, those maps were probably incorrect, but that's what they had to work with at the time. So we had to decide, are we going to fight property owners that have development rights and possibly lose, or do we use the opportunity for development to help create a safer environment for those that exist in the South County? Now, mind you, in the early 1900s, there was nothing but farmland, grazing land, farmers' homes. There was no development to protect. The WPIC was to protect homes there because there was just mostly farm homes. There was very little growth in that area. But like I stated, in the 90s, those development rights were given. And so the Board of Supervisors looked at this as an opportunity to garner some state money to try to protect the whole South County. Three Rivers, had extensive outreach with the public. We were out there and we have documentation that shows the amount of work that we did, and we invited this board to come to our community and have those discussions with our public. But I can tell you, and I may be proven wrong, but I don't think so, and that is that not one time did I see a property owner from the Horseshoe say, let us participate in this assessment. They participated in this discussion, don't get me wrong. Frances Hoffman was a steady in that audience, and she gave us her opinion. She never was shy about sharing that. But I'll tell you, I never once heard them say, let us be part of the solution here and make sure that the Horseshoe is going to be part of the system. It's only now that we hear this kind of discussion. So I know that this is difficult, and I want to encourage the landowners to engage with our staff and others if necessary. I hope that this board gives direction today to our staff to have those discussions. And that way we can bring back some reasonable way of solving this problem. Because I don't believe that, this being turned over to the state is going to be beneficial for the landowners. I just don't think so. But I think that through, more common sense and understanding and the, trying to get to the objective of maintenance, that some type of agreement is negotiated. I want to take my hat off to 784 because I know that they, had a commitment to serve this area, but without the funding from the state, that's just not going to happen. And they can't very well use, there was certain boundaries that were created when these assessments were developed for the Plumas Lake area, and using those monies could be another lawsuit that the 784 would have to face. And I'm going to say that I don't know if they would be successful by using outside or the Plumas Lake money in order to serve the Horseshoe area. So I just wanted to kind of give you my perspective about how this all came about, and that, the WPIC was probably there to support and protect state interest when it comes to infrastructure. And that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Member Countryman?
There's two completely different points of view being presented here. One is the inverse condemnation point of view, which applies to if property is damaged in the Horseshoe, they can sue, and it may well be that the state might have to pay damages for the property that's damaged if they can show that they weren't flooded historically and now that they're flooded because of the project. To me, that's a different argument or discussion than who does the maintenance. I mean, whoever's doing the maintenance is irrelevant as far as the inverse condemnation part. Because in other areas, the state ended up picking up the payment for the damages. So the question is, who does the maintenance? And it seems like what the staff provided, it's hard to say, okay, if no maintenance is done here, who's damaged? It's clearly the folks behind the levee. It's not Plumas Lake. So there's a rationale that makes sense that says, okay, if this levee fails, these are the people that would benefit if we keep that from happening. And it seems a reasonable approach to doing operation and maintenance work. The inverse condemnation approach of if you're damaged, who pays for the damage, seems to me to be a different issue than what we're talking about here. I also think it's really bad news that the cost of maintaining that levee may be unsustainable for the landowners behind the levee. And I don't know, it may be that the approach we have is to find a way to go forward that would maybe have a lower level of maintenance or something that wouldn't be up to project standards. I don't know, but I have a gut feeling that the operation and maintenance of the levee is going to be very, very difficult to be sustained by the land that's currently behind the levee. And that needs to somehow be acknowledged. But I don't see going back to nature and saying, okay, before the railroad was here, before the levees were here, who flooded? It's an impossible task to make that determination. Currently, we've built 2 major flood control reservoirs, Oroville and New Bullards Bar, which has substantially reduced the flows coming down. So if you were going to try to do some sort of analysis like that, it would certainly have to be without those reservoirs involved, and there would be a tremendous area flooded by the flows that would come down unregulated from those reservoirs. So I guess I'm saying the only way I can see if we're going to do this the way we've done it in the past is to use the levee break methodology to determine the benefit area. Is there some way that we can find a solution that is workable from a financial point of view? Because it just doesn't seem to me that it's going to be there. But I can't see how we're going to do it by additional engineering analysis of floodplains. I still don't think that's going to get us anywhere.
Vice President.
Thank you. I mean, I like my comments with what both of you just said. It just seems like we're in this sort of, I don't want to say intractable, we're in this difficult spot. I think, Joe, you made a lot of really good comments, but I kind of just keep hearing that, we need some alternative because it, obviously it doesn't work the way it does. I mean, I can see everybody's point of view here, right? This is the perfect problem. Nobody's right, nobody's wrong. And there's no money. So perfect, let's solve it. So it feels like we're going to, kick it back to staff to say, find a solution. I don't know how easy that is. I do want to say, it was our intention, at least it was mine. We did want to have staff do meetings before, and I don't think that occurred. We've heard that today, at least the way we would want it. But that's okay. We can do it now. And even if there was an hour meeting before, maybe we've got a couple more to do. I think, Mary Jane, to your point, if everybody comes to it with we need to find a solution that somehow works, because the way it is now doesn't. And if it's, what were the words? If it's not downgraded, well, whatever Mr. Barton said, which I agree with what he said too, right? He's like, look, we have no money, we can't do it. So as it degrades, then what happens? That's your point, Joe. So I don't know, we just got to pull ourselves together, but I'm happy to volunteer to be a part of whatever meetings occur. I've been a part of them in the past. I'd like to see them happen again. I do agree that we don't have to meet forever and come up with nothing. I think we should meet a few times as quickly as we can to see what we can come up with so that we're better informed, I suspect. But I also want to say great presentation on your part for just putting everything out there for us and for guiding the conversation. So thanks.
All right, Board Member Johnson. Mr. Leaf reminded me that you are present. You're just not,
I am
you're
present.
just not here to make us all sick.
Yeah,
There
I'm
you
trying.
are. I can see you.
Yeah. Thank you. I've been listening intently here, and I have a question for the landowners who object to the staff analysis of their attorneys. I'm not sure who to direct it to, so I'll start with the question, and you can think about how to answer it. I'm trying to understand more particularly what alternative it is you present that you want the board to do to the staff recommendation. What is the proposal? How would it work? Who pays? I understand that you may not have the map and the cost, because you're also asking for more analysis, but more particularly, if you can summarize what the methodology and how the map would be developed as an alternative that you want us to pursue. And it's probably in your materials. I've tried to read them, and it may be me getting lost. And then the second part of it, or third part of it, if it's what does it work and how does it work and who pays, would be if you can explain how that's consistent with what the water code is telling us to do. And because I'm fairly, I believe, and I'm at least half persuaded by the case you make about the history that this was built as a system largely to protect other interests, other landowners or state properties. And so we may have a situation like Vice President Valines was saying, where we've got a perfect problem where what the staff is laying out is what the water code leads us to do. And also that if you step back a bit, it doesn't make a ton of sense and isn't particularly fair. But so, help me understand more particularly what the alternative is here and what we should be doing.
Mike Salazzo, board staff. I just like to offer up the podium or the dais to Mr. Manning, Mr. Hanson, or Mr. Nevis to respond to that question. But I believe Mr. Manning might be the most appropriate person for that, if he's willing to come up.
Thank you for the question, Member Johnson. So the methodology that we're looking at is from a historical perspective, and I think it's basically, where would the waters that go into the WPIC go if the WPIC wasn't there? Who would flood and who would not? And I respectfully, Mr. Countryman, I'm not an engineer, but I've always heard every problem has an engineering solution. It can be engineered. It can be engineered. And so, you look at the water code, and that just talks about, okay, if this levee's maintained, basically, if that levee's there, who benefits? And so that's where we have that foundational disconnect of looking at the present versus the past. And I think, I'm going to take this opportunity to say that inverse issues, I think, is an appropriate analysis because that's really the basis of who benefits. If the state were to be found liable in strict liability because you weren't subject to flooding, then you don't benefit from keeping those flood waters off. You're basically asking owners, pay us to protect us, the state, from liability. We're going to hang the sword of Damocles over your head, and we want you to pay us to stop it from falling on you. That's not how it works. And that's why I think the inverse condemnation principle is important. And so I think the water code is just a procedural step. The water code is just procedure. It's not substantive. It's not the policy provisions that our courts have talked about, where they've said you can't use property as a retention basin and then expect owners to pay for that are in that retention basin. That's antithetical to the Constitution. So the Constitution is above all. Anything that would violate that Constitution or infringe upon it doesn't carry water. Silly pun, but so whatever the water code says and how you want to interpret the water code doesn't meet the threshold of the Constitution. And that's what the court said in Aikens. And that's why I think it's very, very important. And that's how we look at it. So I think the methodology is, from an engineering standpoint, where would that water go that now goes into the WPIC? And should the New Bullets Bar, should Shasta be there, should all those things? Well, that's the engineering discussion that we wanted to have. And I think we had the beginnings of that last week. But from October to now, we didn't have that discussion. And I think we're going to continue on that path. But I hear what you're saying about, well, what should the parameters be? What should the touchstone points be? And I think that is where our next series of discussions will go. Will we reach a resolution on that? I don't know. And eventually, yes, you're going to have to make a decision. But we look forward to those continued discussions and those engineering principles. But the policy has to be fairness. And that's where we're looking from. Thank you.
Mr. Manning and all the rest, I don't want you to come forward, but I do want to say this. I appreciate all of your input, analysis, and definitely your concern. I also greatly appreciate my boards, and I've got some more that are going to talk. Are you willing to try to reach a solution?
Yes, of course. We always have been.
Okay.
Always have been.
Mr. Valines has a follow-up.
President Dolan?
Oh, Mr. Johnson, you're still on.
Sorry, I am still on it. And I also have a follow-up for Mr. Manning, but if Vice President Valines is in the queue, we can go in whatever order you like, President Dolan.
No, Mr. Valines says you're up.
Okay. I'll try to be quicker with this question than the last one. So I hear you, Mr. Manning, that the method would be, where would the water go if the WPIC weren't there? And I get that there could be some boundary questions to that, like, how do you think about the existence of New Bullards Bar and RFL and such? But then what? Would the assessment go to the people within the proposed boundaries that we have here, but only to the extent that they would be inundated without the WPIC? Or are we talking about landowners outside of it paying as a system? Where does that circle go? Do boundaries of the various districts, LMAs or MAs need to be different so that the benefits can be considered? What happens after we know where the water would go if the WPIC weren't there?
Yeah, I think where the water would go if the WPIC were there, those are the owners who benefit from the WPIC, because again, it's not two separate systems. It is a single system, an integrated unit. Can't have one without the other. And so those folks that, you put the inundation area on a map, anybody who's within the blue, they benefit. That's my take on it. If you're looking, but where those boundaries are exactly, again, it's not that we want to be part of that collaborative process, but it's not our job to say, here's the boundaries. It's our job to kind of put the policy in front of you. And I think that policy should be whoever is not flooded by WPIC, waters that go into the WPIC, they benefit.
Okay, thank you. For what it's worth, if you could help me or help your cause by between now and when we come to a decision, helping to understand exactly how that would work. I'm, at least halfway persuaded that the basic notion you're describing makes sense. That if something is a system, people should maintain it as a system. I'm also not sure how we would go about effectuating that, or where that notion would stop. Given that to some extent, like all of the infrastructure is part of a system. I mean, I've always thought that the way that we manage things with all of the small LMAs makes sense as a matter of history, but not necessarily as governance. That we've got a lot of places who are maintaining levees where the flooding, if they failed, is much worse because of levees that their neighbors built. And that more of a systematic approach would make sense. Like there's benefits to that and also costs. But if we're not going to do it that way, you could help by sort of explaining what the process would be and what steps we would take to a different outcome, and why that's also consistent with the water code. Thank you.
Yeah. So that if the boundaries are put on a map, then you follow the procedure that Mr. Zalazzo's laid out, and you send notice to everybody who would be within that. And the people in Plumas Lake, you spread this out across the folks that would be flooded, they might pay $1 more a year. You think anybody's going to sue over $1? Maybe, but
Yeah, I know.
maybe, but that's still been the whole point of. Well, anyways, I'll stop there.
Okay. Mr. Valines? Are we? Okay. Yes, come forward. Just don't.
Board Member Johnson, this is Stuart Hansen again. So it's not just Plumas Lake that's protected by the WPIC, which stands for Intercepting Channel too, by the way. It intercepts the creeks that used to drain into Plumas Lake and reroutes them. The WPIC also serves the communities of Olivehurst and Linda, which, as Board Member Griego knows, had a lot of localized flooding historically. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, you're far more informed on that.
But I don't think a back and forth between you two.
Yeah. So anyway, there's some engineering studies which talk about the water that has been, collected and rerouted from those communities. It goes to a rather sizable detention basin, and then some pretty ginormous pumps pump it into the WPIC. So it's a broader protective feature than just Plumas Lake. And just to answer your question is, yes, we'd be happy to sit down with staff and put some time into looking at all these areas beyond just Plumas Lake.
Good.
Thank you.
I got two more board members here and then me. Member Bosler, questions, comments, toss something out?
Yeah, I mean, I think the history here is very complicating for me. I mean, I am an advocate of figuring out how, and this is why we've talked so often about the importance of regional flood management planning areas because obviously floodwaters and the infrastructure that moves them is interconnected. I don't know why this group of landowners was not part of the larger Trillia. I don't know all the history of that. But I do think, we need to think more regionally, like in order to move in the way that makes the most sense and is fair, which has been said multiple times. Like, we have multiple different objectives in this system. And obviously, the cost benefit issue is huge, and it dictates a lot because the Army Corps of Engineers, requires that. And that's a huge issue when you're both trying to protect urban areas and also protect farmland where there is, just not the money or the base necessarily to cover large costs associated with maintaining. This is not really going anywhere very directly, but I do. I mean, this seems like a very narrow and legal issue, and I want to listened intently today. I want to talk more and confer more with the board's attorney as well. But just appreciate everybody's time and attention to this. I do hope that we can come to some sort of path forward, because there's a whole lot of work to do, and this is just one, issue that we've got to deal with. So I appreciate all the presentations today.
Board Member Andrews?
Thank you. I am somewhat late to this party, which has been going on for a very long time, but it is fascinating to me, and is a microcosm of many challenging aspects of how we manage, operate, and maintain the system that is the state plan of flood control. And I really appreciate all of the different perspectives that have been offered today. And as Vice President Blind said, I can certainly understand every single one of those perspectives. And I think we're caught in some conflicts between different frames of reference that we have to account for each of them. And they're sometimes at odds with each other. So I will say nothing more about that. I have two very simple questions, one of which at least is answerable, the other probably is not. So let me ask them. One is, what entity maintains the other features of the WPIC?
Board staff, Mike Salza, board staff. The other features of the WPIC, can you describe what you might be referring to? Besides the
Well, there are levees, for example, that must be maintained that are part of the WPIC. Am I correct in that?
The levees of the two levees of WPIC, the west and east, are required to be maintained by RD 784.
Okay. And then the second question, which may not be answerable, is there a desire by the landowners within the area we're calling the Horseshoe to stay within the state plan of flood control? Which I know is really reframing things dramatically, but it was one thing I did not hear addressed today, and I am curious if that has been a topic of discussion.
Let me invite Mr. Manning up to answer that question.
Do we want to stay in the state plan of flood control? I don't know the answer to that. I think it's an interesting proposition because if there's this significant cost, the question becomes, what's the benefit? I mean, not from this perspective, but right now, there's, like, the levees have been rated to provide less than 20-year level of protection. And what you get is, Mr. Hansen showed it, you get flooding that backs up onto it. So I don't know the answer to that question. I think it's a very, it's a good question. But I think, looking at what the consequences of that are in comparison to what the current status is, and if the board makes a decision that we don't like, but something to think about and discuss as we continue to go forward.
You have more? Okay. I think it's my turn. But I'm just pulling some notes here from what my amazing board members had to say. And everyone, me included, says that more meetings, more discussion, more transparency, less leaving needs to occur between our staff and the landowners. And either side can bring in whomever they want to be part of that. So something more than one meeting prior to the next time we have to do this. I would like some of the conversation to be, is state local maintaining area the answer, or is there something else? I don't know the answer to that question, but if I were faced with a LMA, I think I would, as a landowner, try to find something else that I had more control over. Then that would also bring forward some discussion about whether the horseshoe levy landowner situation would be unsustainable because of what financing would be imposed upon that. I think Mr. Countryman raises an interesting question that ought to be talked about when he discussed if inverse condemnation is occurring, needs to occur, can be avoided, or is the solution. I might be simplifying what he had to say, but there's some lawyers here that will get it. And I agree with Board Member Brian Johnson that I too would like some more understanding of the alternatives that are proposed. I know that there's not a specific answer, but when the staff and the landowners meet, I would like to have more of a discussion of throwing that out. Clearly, all the lawyers need to get together to see if they could figure out what the California Water Code actually requires, specifies, and directs, because there appears to be a difference of understanding there. And maybe it's in the Atkins decision, maybe it's not. I don't know. I want all of you to really try to come to something that is accommodating to both the requirements that are imposed upon this board to make a decision and upon all of you that might be acceptable for the future. And if you need board members to be part of it, it can only be 2. And so far we have 1 volunteer, and I would encourage you to grab him. We need to keep this forward. I think Board Member Bosler, I was going to steal from you, but I'm going to give it to you. Look to something regional. And then someone else said, what really would be the boundary? Is it just the horseshoe levy that's going to be imposed upon all of this? And then the question of what does happen if there isn't the Western Pacific Interceptor Canal? Who's going to be damaged? Needs to be looked at. I don't necessarily think it needs to go back before there was anything other than gold miners destroying the territory, but certainly something more contemporary. But I think it all comes down to y'all need to talk, and y'all need to come with the perspective that you don't want this to continue. The board doesn't want this to continue. And I've been on the board for a little bit. I've only heard 3 of these lengthy sessions, and we sort of come to go talk. You're the brains. We're not, but we're the decision makers. We do have brains. We're a pretty smart board, but in terms of what I want you all to talk about, we would spend like 3 weeks and probably not get an answer, but you all and your engineers and your lawyers and those who own the land are the ones that need to sit down and talk. And that's the direction that I hear from the board. So if you need the transcript of this meeting to have it, then will need to produce it. And all of the things that we were given need to be shared. This is there. Okay. Mr. Manning wants to say something to what I said. Brave man.
30 seconds. And it's hitting on the regional aspect.
Okay.
Because that has been a topic of discussion, and there are people in here that are a lot more well-informed than I am about that. What this board can do as I think, is advocate for that at the state level. There have been propositions and bonds and et cetera put in front of state government, and folks can talk about that, but they've gone nowhere. And so I think advocating for that regional aspect, particularly for the rural folks, would be something that this board can really, really help with, because this is a problem, not this particular engineering problem, but there's a problem, you know, like we heard about Nicholas. That property, you got to build 20 feet in the air to build a house out there. So it's a regional problem that needs a regional solution for how do you deal with the increased costs of levee maintenance versus the agricultural impact and how that plays out financially. So I know there's people in here that can help with that too. Thank you.
That's a good way to frame it. I didn't mean to put it on the landowners that they had to figure out the region. It would be a discussion.
Yeah, no, I
Good way to frame
appreciate
it.
that.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Here was it. Is there anyone else in the audience that wishes to come forward and add to this discussion today? Is there anyone online who has their hand up for that? Okay. Mr. Zalazo, do you think you have, and Mr. Wright and all the rest of you that are on staff, do you think you have some direction going forward for the next time it will come back?
Mike Salazzo, board staff. Yes, President Dolan, we do have made notes of the direction that you provided to us. We do want to recognize that there is an importance in collaboration, coming to an agreeable solution, and we are willing to continue that discussion. But I just want to ask, and back in October of 23, if my memory serves me right, we came upon a situation where we were ready to present this issue to the board, and the board offered a postponement to March of the following year. I wanted to ask if there is a potential date that you would like for us to come back and present this by, to give us something to shoot for.
No, I don't have one, but not a year.
Keep in mind that, now, I may try to get this correct, but there is a deadline for submitting maintenance area costs to
Right.
the county assessors, and I think it happens in the spring of each year.
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we've missed that. So that would be one deadline. How about every other month, a regular report of what you're doing, so we'll know if you're close or not. But perhaps a deadline would be, if it's going to go forward for an LMA, there has to be some report to counties, the county or counties if we're going regional.
And one last thing to consider is that the maintenance costs identified by DWR and adopted by the board in June of last year may require an update if we go further on in the future.
I think that's obvious.
And then may
Yeah, I would like to pay the same costs that there were 2 years ago as well. So I could, yeah, I think that's something that would need to come forward.
So with that, I think I have everything that I need, and I can discuss it with other board staff, and we can go from there. I just want to thank you for your time.
Oh, well, this is what we asked to do, so you're welcome. And thanks for thanking us. I appreciate all the effort that you put into it today, but even more so, there will be more. And if you need us to poke to get toward a solution, let us know. Mr. Countryman?
I'm not very hopeful about this discussion. I mean, we have one side that says we should pay nothing. And they shake their heads, but no one has ever said what they're willing to pay. And the other side says, if we form a maintenance area, but according to the code, it has to be paid for by the beneficiaries. I don't see how, Mike, good luck with your meetings.
Well, I don't share that doom and gloom.
Madam Chair.
Yeah. Mr. Valines.
I thought Joe volunteered with me.
You want Mr. Doom?
What's that?
You want Mr. Doom?
Yeah, no. I mean, I can't speak for the whole board, I guess, but I wanted to generally answer your question in terms of timing, right? Because it's hard. But I think Joe just made a good point, right? And we've all been following this for quite a while. So there's like exhaustion from other people, but generally, I don't see why we couldn't try to have something done, by fall, late summer. I mean, it's going to take 2 or 3 meetings to see if we get to where we are, which may happen. Because it's been I mean, I remember going back at some point and there was talk about when it wasn't where we are now, and both sides were talking about, well, what's the number? I remember this was back to a former senator who's not even here anymore. I mean, he's with us, he's just not in elected office. Like, well, what's the number? We had those meetings, there were numbers talked about what we could do. It seemed like that's when there was dialogue.
Right.
But now we're not, and I can see why we're not, and I can see that there's no money. So part of me feels like is one strategy just to wait this thing out and wait forever, because that's what it seems like, but maybe we have a couple of meetings, we see if we don't get anywhere, and then we just bring it to the board quicker. I don't see any reason to delay that much. I mean, I'm literally thinking 2 or 3 meetings, and we could do, have a meeting, give time for everyone to digest it, take notes, do the next meeting, and we could do one in April, do one in May, do one in June, and be done. Is that, I mean.
Okay, that would be a real clear goal.
Through the chair.
Member Grego?
I agree with you, Mike. I think this should be taken care of swiftly and quickly because, I guess my question to our staff is how long, they haven't been paying anything towards an assessment. Is that correct? The landowners out there?
Some of the landowners have been paying assessments after the 1998 study.
So there is money being, it's still $4 an acre?
I'm going to, I want to bring up Patrick Maher to answer that question directly.
Thank you very much.
And the reason for that?
Patrick Maher, General Manager, RD 784. When RD 784 went through the Proposition 218 election to reassess the district, it was to include the entire horseshoe levy, but as I alluded to earlier, because of the lawsuit between the landowners and LAFCO, the judge ordered for that area to be detached. And so for that reason, it eliminated all assessments after that 218 election was passed. So we have not been collecting any assessments from the horseshoe landowners since 2019.
2019. Thank you, Patrick, for that. I thought that was the case. Who was the judge on that?
I will defer to Jesse. Are you still there? Jesse Barton, are you still online?
Patrick, yes, I'm here. I don't have the judge's name with me. No, I can have it in a couple of minutes.
I thought it was Judge Barry that did that, but I'm not clear.
I don't remember.
Yeah. Well, I've been through a lot of land use issues through the courts, and I can tell you that land use is not their strong point. But that's my memory. And I just want to say that, Mike, if you need another board member to participate in that, I'd be happy to help. And, I'm going to just put it out there that I'm all for local government taking care of land uses. I mean, I really hate to see the state participate in this, but I think it's going to have to take some big concession by the landowners to participate on what is fair here. And so I hear all the discussions. I agree that both sides have valid points, but I want to get this done.
Okay, let's have a happy Thanksgiving then and have it done by then.
Well, hopefully before that.
Okay, well. Or earlier. That would be fine. Is it possible to now conclude this item today? I don't see any no's, but I don't see any yeses either. Yeah, you're in charge, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Zalazo?
Mike Salazzo, board staff. I just wanted to ask any of the presenters if we're all done with our comments so that we can conclude this item. I think I am. I believe the LMAs are, and I believe the landowners are as well. I just want to confirm that.
I believe they are.
All right, so that concludes the presentation of this item. I just want to again thank you for your consideration.
Oh, well, hopefully you'll thank us again. Okay. Let's proceed with wrapping up this meeting, all right? Wow. Item number 10, I'm going to just say we've received a written report from the Department of Water Resources of how they perceive their activities for the last month. We have written reports from each of our divisions and branches, executive, which I think showed up today, which is fine. Administrative division, operations branch, flood system improvement branch, natural resources management and planning division, and we saw some of the quality of that today with the presentation on the Yola bypass. So does anyone want to bring forward anything from staff? Member Bosler.
I don't think anyone from DWR is here, but I was just wondering if Chris, you could convey, Mr. Leaf, you will convey to them that it would be helpful to not just put the number of applications, but the how much those applications are for, so we can understand how many applications there were versus what was awarded. This is in the subventions program. Actually, I think there were a couple different programs. And it was just reported the amount awarded and the number of applications reviewed, but it wasn't clear how much was applied for.
Okay, thank you for that. For my part on that, regarding written reports from the Department of Water Resources, can you convey to them that we're kind of missing their presence? And maybe they could pick something. There was a time that someone came in each time it was about a 10 to 15 minute. Here's what we're doing, and it could be anything. So I miss seeing them.
But we can appreciate Mary who showed up.
The part of the presentation here today was great, and you know, that was a joint presentation, so it was good, but we used to hear things that were there. So good luck with that. Board comments and upcoming committee dates. Board Member Bosler and Board Member Grego attended something that sounded very interesting, and you learned things, and I cut you off last meeting, and I want to know, you gave me the agenda. I forgot to bring it back to you. Was it NAFSMA? You want to share? Oh, she punted to you.
Yeah, I mean, and it actually came back up this week at the coordinating committee as well. We have invested a lot in the state at DWR in climate science and forecasting and modeling and all of these things. But it's really only as good as the information we have bottom up, from the bottom up as well. And so just making sure, especially all of our asset managers, our LMAs, those people that are out on the levees and on the structures each and every day, that we are meeting them where they are with the information that they need. I had a great conversation at the NAFSMA with the gentleman from DWR that's leading a lot of the new forecasting models, and there was a general kind of feeling, or not feeling, there was a general feedback that sometimes what's coming out of DWR, it's not completely clear how it's usable for the asset managers. And so trying to bridge that gap. And then also, I think, there was some presentations from other parts of the country where there's a lot more monitoring of existing systems. So there's that bottom-up information, which frankly, we don't have nearly as much of than some of these, and these were urban areas. So, just it was an interesting to see what other people are doing in terms of measurement and being able to provide real-time information about how the system's performing.
Through the chair. Thank you
Member
for,
Greco.
thank you for that. I didn't have my notes in front of me today, so, but
Even me.
I just want to say, and just to add to the comments, is that, every state has a different scenario for flood protection and for evacuation planning and such. What occurs in Dallas, Texas, or Houston, it would be something different for us here in California and in the Carolinas as well. It's every unique situation requires different, protocols. And I think that's what I came across and learned the most of different. I only have the Central Valley perspective, but I think I gained a lot more value by attending this, and I appreciate being able to attend this conference.
Oh, that's great. I've gone to the right here, but now I'm going to my appropriate to the left, which is more my view. Member Andrews, you want to give us some input, what you've been up to or thoughts?
Certainly.
And we'll go to you, Brian.
So I did not get a chance to speak to any of these items at the last meeting. And so I will summarize that now, as well as including what we've done since then. We basically kicked off the advisory committee, which was great. And then at the time of the last meeting, that was as far as we'd gotten. But in the time since then, we've actually held the first meeting, had excellent attendance, great support from board staff. Did not come out of it with crystal clear direction. But board member Johnson and I have met and have a strategy, and we will be holding our next meeting in April. And we're very hopeful that we'll be able to get things rolling on that. We did put a draft charter out for review and comment, and we'll be bringing that to the board as well. And we had an opportunity to get briefed on where the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan development effort was and where it was headed, which was very helpful. I had an opportunity to be briefed on the Delta Subventions Program, which is useful to me, provided some important background there, and also on the Paradise Cut project, which is something that I'm interested in engaging in. It is a massive long-term effort that I have some passing history with, but helpful to hear where things stand right now. And I look forward to continuing to monitor that project development and provide support where we can in terms of engagement with the board and where we can be helpful.
Thank you for your effort on that. It's so disconcerting to me that things that are supported and people think are a good idea and they are necessary and they protect lives and property and they improve the environment take 30 years. It's crazy. Go get them. Brian Johnson, you want to add to the communication of activities as a board member?
Thank you, President Dolan. My most significant report by far would have been the advisory committee, and board member Andrews captured what I would have said. And in the interest of eating lunch and all of that, I'll forego further reports. Thank you.
Yeah, I attended that a little bit. I wasn't completely focused because my staff kept bothering me, but it's certainly compliment to you for doing such a good job. We took care of her. Mr. Countryman, you got anything you want to report? Vice President Lyons? Okay, takes care of that item. Thank you all. Okay, upcoming meetings. Board workshop for April 11th, and we are at the Resources Agency. Is that where we're going to be?
Yes.
Okay. Next board meeting, business meeting, April 25th, Natural Resources Agency. Coordinating committee is scheduled for May 20th. Sometime in April, I'm going to some ribbon cutting
Yes,
down
you are
in
April 18th.
down in the Stockton area.
TS 30.
And then there's a Delta Plan
Also,
Investment Interagency Committee, which I'm trying to remember what that is because they just call it DPIC. And then our next board meeting in May will be the 23rd, Natural Resources Agency. So anything else before us today? There is no closed session. That would be next. So unless someone wants to continue this meeting, it will be adjourned. Going. Meeting adjourned.